Mr. Philly, last call for Captain Bantam. Last call for Captain Bantam.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Martinez. Today is Thursday, January 9th, 2025, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
I'm Ellen Zappo-Satsu.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Namik Cantres, 436-219.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Namik Cantres, inmate number 436-209. He is serving a sentence of 15 years, execution suspended after 5 years with 3 years probation for criminal liability, evading responsibility, illegal racing on highway, and reckless driving. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of May 22nd, 2025. There is victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. Mr. Cantres has completed Voices, Tier 2, Preparing for Release, Relapse Prevention, Intensive Aftercare, Stress Management, Addictive Lifestyles, Help and Memory Recovery, Socialization Curriculum, Owning It, The Basics, New You, and J-Dorm programs. And Mr. Cantres is currently in the change unit and is participating in the hospitality program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the SRT falls within the low range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Mr. Cantres, I want to just put on the record for today, panel member Robert Sasaskis has recused himself and panel member Ellen Zappo-Satsu is stepping in for him this morning, just for this particular case. So go ahead with your statement. Thank you.
No problem. I think I should be granted parole because by the programming I have done, I was able to open my eyes and realize that the actions and the lifestyle I was living was not the correct one. I am young still and I would like to redo my life and have the opportunity to make better choices and be a better role model for society and my family and friends. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cantres.
No problem.
For today's hearing, we will be asking you questions. We will then get input from the Office of Victim Services. Then we will deliberate about your case and give you our decision.
Okay.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, and Ms. Zappo-Satsu will begin with questions this morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So in preparing for the hearing this morning, we read a lot of information across many files, including police reports, your arrest warrant, your interviews with the parole officer. But what I want to do is start with the aspect of public safety. You know, all of us, no matter what part of the state we live in, have been subjected to street racing and everything that has been transpiring in the last several years. It's a real public safety issue, and you unfortunately had a front row seat to see exactly what happens when it goes bad. And so, you know, when we sit here, we look at factors including what you've done in order to prepare your release and your suitability to return to the community, but we also weigh the aspects of public safety. And in this case, you also had 2 incidences of speeding on Route 8 prior to the incident, which cost someone's life. And I know that you weren't the car that hit the car, but obviously you're still involved. And I appreciate in reading some of what I've read that you are taking responsibility for your role in that. So this was, for someone your age, I'm assuming, a pretty traumatic event. So where I want to start is you talking to me about being 19 and the age you are now, all the programs that you took. I want to be assured in talking to you that these are more than just checking off the box. So what programs can you talk about specifically that spoke to you about how to change your lifestyle, your demeanor, and however you said it before, your lifestyle and changing you into a role model?
So by me I like preparing for release because it taught me like how to like not just when you get out of here, it's totally different. So it's like you have to embrace your actions, take full responsibility of everything you do, no matter what it is. Helping them recover, it taught me how to like value life. You know, like I was living a very reckless life. So like doing that program brought me like how to deal with my trauma and be able to handle life better and not just be so much reckless.
What about the change unit?
I've been in the change unit for 8 months now. I've been became a role model, then an elder, I'm a peer mentor. I help the Spanish community a lot by translating, helping them wherever they need. I run programs in there.
You help run the programs in the unit?
Yes.
So addictive lifestyles is one of the programs that you've taken, owning it, New You. All of these speak to me, the fact that addiction doesn't have to be substance abuse or alcohol. It can be about the behaviors that you were engaging in. So can you elaborate a little bit more about how your mindset has changed in terms of what you were doing and its impact?
Just like you said, addictive. The word addictive doesn't mean substance. It could be anything. It could be addicted. Like for me, I was addicted to regular driving. That's a bad thing. So by owning it, I was able to open my eyes and realize that I need to own up to every mistake you need. The New You helped me become a new person. Socialization is helping me how to be better with society and socialize. And addictive lifestyle, that's just the addictive patterns I was living and how to transit out of that.
So right now, you've had very good institutional behavior with no discipline tickets, no issues, but you are in a very structured environment. Are you confident that if you're granted release, that you're going to be able to come out and be productive within society and not go back to those types of behaviors?
100%.
Can you talk a little bit about your release plan and why you're choosing to either go to a halfway house or to your grandmother's?
My release plans, I would like to go back to society. I'm a youngster. I would like to go to trade school, finish my education. I would like to get my DMV stuff situated and just be a better family member.
Are your parents still in the state?
Yes.
Why are you choosing to go to your grandmother's house?
Because my mom's house, there's some stuff going on there, so I don't want to go over there. I want to go to my grandma's house.
Okay. And what about verified employment? Do you have anything lined up at this point for jobs?
Yeah, I have an opportunity with Grant. I don't know if you got my letter there, but I got an opportunity with Grant's Pizza out of London.
New London?
Yes.
How are you going to get from Torrington to New London?
They're going to open a branch closer to me and I'm going to be able to run it.
Through the programming that you've done, I'm sure they've talked about risk factors. Can you walk us through some of those risk factors that you might encounter if granted release and how you would handle them?
Risk factors I would encounter.
I mean, typically they would be something along the lines of people, places, and things. So in your case, go ahead.
I've been I've been even here, I've avoided my old friends, old groups. Like I avoided all of that. So when I get out, now just be around them. They're not gonna be around me regardless, but just staying in my own lane.
So if you're going to be living with your grandmother, I'm assuming you have a good relationship with her?
Yes,
And is she prepared and able to support you in terms of, before you get your license resituated and transportation and anything else that might be required of you in the community?
yes.
So how would you feel if she was driving somewhere to bring you someplace or pick you up, and all of a sudden she was confronted with two cars bearing down at her from the opposite direction on a roadway? Have you thought about that? I mean, someone who's almost 80, do you think they have defensive driving skills?
I mean, I think she does still.
Okay. I mean, these daily occurrences of things that we need, your grandmother driving you places, they all have impact to the people that we care about that are in the community. And then there's the larger aspect of the community. There's hundreds of people that you affected with your involvement in this that are still, very, very upset and struggling with their loss. And I think that this is something that is a linear thing. It's not just you dealing with this while you're incarcerated and maybe, programming after. I would hope that it would be something that you could translate into some type of public service, because there's a lot of kids just like you out there doing careless, reckless things that potentially have the impact of hurting someone, whether it's my kids, my mother, your grandmother. You possibly could have a powerful voice in helping make sure that this doesn't happen to any other family. And I hope that you think about that once you're, in a place in your future that you might be able to affect change. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. Cantres, you also took the Voices program. And why do you think that was a program that was required?
Because it teaches me how to, it teaches you a lot of everything, but mostly about the victims. Like, you gotta think about everything you do has a consequence and it has victims around it. Either if it's yourself, your family, your friends, society. So with that, like, it talked about reckless driving and a bunch of accidents, like fatal and stuff, and that made me realize, like, I was really doing dumb stuff that could have hurt myself and ended up hurting somebody else.
Yeah, well, ended up hurting somebody else and taking somebody's life.
Yep.
What do you think the impact of an accident of this magnitude has on the victim's family?
A lot. They just lost a loved one. And nothing could bring that back, no words, no actions.
Tell me what you think you've done to make up for the harm that you've caused.
Been here preparing myself for help anybody, like she said, that. Because nowadays, everybody, like, there's a lot, I see the news, there's a lot of reckless driving, and, like, I would like to help people out to not do this because it's not serious. Like, it's something serious. Like, it's not a joke. It's no hee hee ha ha, just a ticket. Like, you can kill somebody in time.
So you mentioned that you were helping with some programs at the facility. Specifically, what is it that you do?
I facilitate them.
Okay, what programs do you facilitate?
Owning it, new you, basics, socialization.
Okay.
So.
And why are you facilitating those programs?
Because I want to help other people with their help other people with their recovery.
And those are programs that you've already completed?
Yes.
And how does facilitating the program help other people? How does it help you?
It helps me by listening to their story, and it helps them by listening to my story.
So before you were sentenced, you were out on bond?
Yes,
Okay. How long were you out in the community while this case was pending?
2 years.
2 years? And in that 2 years, tell me about what you were doing.
I was working.
You were working. Did you have any other problems while you were out on bond?
In a year and a half, I confused my conditions of release. I thought I could drive, and then I was caught driving, and I ended up being I couldn't drive. So, what's it called? Violated, I think. No, I think it is violated.
It is violated. So you
Yeah,
violated your pretrial release conditions
Yes.
for driving.
Yeah, that's the only thing.
Okay. Why did you think you could drive?
Because they told me that my license was suspended for 6 months. So 6 months passed by, and I called the DMV, and they said everything was okay. So my fault was by not checking with the court. I just went with what DMV told me, and then they're being the opposite.
And during that time period when you were driving, did you have any troubles?
Nope. Just one time when I got caught on the highway. I was going to work. Yeah, I was going to work, and they pulled me over. And that's when I found out that I couldn't drive and all that stuff.
Why did they pull you over?
Because my tail light was out.
Okay. All right. Who were you living with while you were out on pretrial?
Okay.
Your mother?
Yep.
Okay. And when you went in for sentencing, what did you think was going to happen?
I was going to be here. I really didn't know. I just knew I was coming to jail. It's my first time. I don't know nothing about the system. Until now, I know a little bit more.
How did you prepare yourself for your sentence?
I was just meditating and just waiting for the day to come in.
So you were on pretrial for almost 2 years, and today, you know, you're have the possibility of getting parole, which you would be about another 2 years on parole and then 3 years on probation.
Yeah.
What do you know about being on supervision in the community?
I know that I'm gonna have a parole officer that's gonna be checking up on me, and it's gonna give me, I think, programs to do. And I don't do drugs, so I'm good. I don't have to worry about dirty urine. So, and that's all I know.
Okay. So, Mr. Cantres, my last question is, how does a young man with no criminal history, finishes high school, has a very supportive family, how did you manage to find yourself in this situation where you're engaged in this reckless behavior on roads, and somebody ends up being killed because of your reckless activity?
For me, it's more like I was just living, even though, yes, I have my life in my house, everybody supports me, I was good with them, it was good with me. I was just trying to please my recklessness or my young self, doing wrong things that should have never happened. I should have been focused on school, which I was going to school, but then I didn't go no more. I was working, I had a job. I was just being out, being young and reckless, which is not good.
Tell me what you think a typical day will look like at whatever point that you're back out home. What's a typical day going to look like for you?
Wake up, do my necessary needs, go to work, come back home. I want to spend more time with my family.
I do notice that your release plan has changed a little bit, because I had an indication that you were thinking about going back to being a roofer, and possibly trade school.
Yes, I said trade school before, but I have another opportunity with a roofing company in Waterbury, but I don't know. I'm not too sure about that because I don't know how I'm gonna get there. So
All right, Mr. Cantres, thank you very much. Ms. Turner?
Mr. Cantres, when did you know about today's hearing?
December 10th.
Okay. Did you give any thought to actually writing an opening statement? Apparently not.
No.
Okay. So, in court, you knew about the sentencing date as it was approaching, right?
Yes.
And did you write anything that you wanted to say to the judge or the victim's family at that time?
No.
Okay. So then today you come before us and you've taken the Voices program and you really haven't apologized up to this point in the hearing. And you know that there are people listening. Is there something that you would want to say by way of an apology? I know you said you were sorry in court for your mistake, but that's a gross minimization when somebody lost their life to call it a mistake. These were choices that you were making. You had repeatedly been stopped for excessive speed. In May, it was 65, 90 in a 65 zone. And then the day before the crash, you were going 132 in a 65 mile an hour zone. Were you alone in the car those times?
Yes.
Uh-huh. And I understand you smoked marijuana every day?
Mm-hmm.
So you were under the influence of marijuana and you were driving impaired, it's called in our state, as well as recklessly. Okay. So those are choices that you made, including the choice to get behind the wheel, to disregard the fact that you'd already gotten summons for this behavior. So what is it that you might want to say by way of an apology?
Like there's no words or things you could say. I'm really sorry. Like I could have done a lot of things different, like not being impaired by driving. But I was just so blinded in my young, reckless life that at that time I was not thinking right on my safety or anybody's safety.
So in the programming that you've done with Tier 2 and aftercare and then in the change unit helping people with their recovery, one of the pitfalls in recovery, in maintaining recovery is arrogance. Do you agree?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. That to be arrogant in the face of addiction is to succumb to it again. Because it's a state for which you have to be hypervigilant. You have to make a choice every day, sometimes every hour of every day, to be clean and sober and to be committed to your own recovery. Mm-hmm. So it concerns me to hear you say to my colleague that you're 100% certain that you've got this licked. Do you see how that could be concerning?
Yes.
Anything you want to say about that?
Nowadays, with all these drugs and like getting fentanyl and stuff and all these overdoses, I could say that I'm not touching that because I don't want to die. So that's why I say I'm 100% sure I'm gonna be clean and sober.
But you get back to the community, you make friends at your job, they want to go hang out, they're using, they pass you a joint. You know, I think that you can't be, the certainty itself is what makes you vulnerable. And I think you need to think about that more. Why were you using marijuana every day?
That's what one of my family members, I used to be surrounded about them since I was a little kid, and I just picked it up. So I was like grown up kind of with it.
Right? Were you paying for your own marijuana?
Nope.
Who was supplying you?
One of my family members.
So you referred to trauma that you've been dealing with. Can you be more specific? What challenges you've faced and how you've resolved some of the emotional side of it?
Some trauma. This was a trauma. I didn't know that it was gonna affect me the way it did. So I had a lot of reflecting, a lot of forgiving myself, a lot of forgiving the other person who did it. A lot of remorse. I had trauma in the past with my mother. She almost got killed too by a drunk driver. I had a lot of thinking about that and maybe reflect about this because that could have been filming one of my family members that could have, I could have done that too.
So you've been incarcerated since what date?
February 27th of 2023.
So we're not quite at a year, 10 months. 2 years, sorry, 23. So you've forgiven yourself? Tell me about that process.
I had a lot of anger on me because I was like she said, I was not the one who hit the car, but I was the one who caused the accident. And like that really took a toll on me because it's like that lives with me every day, Like if I could have stopped at the stop sign, I could have went a different route. That person would have been alive this day, doing with their family, doing what
Okay, so those are the what ifs and you didn't do them. So how did you come to forgive yourself for taking another life?
I just thinking about bettering myself, like yeah, just
I have no more questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. So, Mr. Cantres, we are all done asking questions this morning. So we will now hear from the Office of Victim Services. Okay. Ms. Hamlet Williams? Ms. Hamlet Williams? Just one moment.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Okay, great. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you, panel. Thank you for having me. I do have a statement from the victim's mother that I will be reading on her behalf, and we will also hear a statement from the victim's best friend who is also in attendance. Namik Cantres is one of two individuals responsible for killing Sean Ryan on August 27th, 2020. Now it is my responsibility to once again relive the event that took Sean from me and from his family. Once again, I am being asked to open a wound that will never completely heal and write about how this experience impacts my life. Namik Cantres changed many lives that day that he decided to participate in a race on a public road in the middle of the day. My thoughts, my feelings, my behaviors, and how I interact with the world has changed. My interests have changed. My emotional patterns have changed. My relationship with my husband has changed. My relationships with my children have changed. My relationships with my friends and family have changed. I am different now, and Namik Cantres is responsible for these changes and for the quality of life that I now live. I was recently having what would appear to be a good day. I walked into my home, and there was music playing. My husband knows that I enjoy music, and he never expected me to react the way that I did. Unfortunately, the song playing was one of Sean's favorites. Everything about how I was just a moment ago changed in that instant. I remembered how much Sean loved that particular song. The reality that he will never enjoy music again was unbearable at that moment. The reality that Sean is dead hit me again. The reality that I will never see him or talk to him hit me again. The fact that we will never have another movie day together hit me again. The fact that his 3 children lost their father and their home hit me again. The visual of the policeman at my door telling me that Sean was killed that day in a motor vehicle accident ran through my head again like a movie that I can't stop replaying. The anxiety at that moment, it almost made it impossible for me to climb the few steps in my home. There was nothing that my husband could do or say to help me get through those times. I processed these experiences alone. My family can't help because they too are suffering this tragic loss. My friends never know what to say to ease this burden. On April 24th, 2020, just 4 months before Sean's death, he sent me a text that I attached to the statement. Please note that this text that she is referring to was sent to the board member. The text was a photo of a flower that he planted for me at his home. In front of the flower was a rock. Sean painted 2 hearts on the rock and the word Mom. The text read, I planted this in my yard for you today. I can't wait till you see it. I will never be able to see that again. Sean will never share his home with his friends and family at the holidays. Sean and his beautiful home that he was so proud of are gone forever. I didn't get to spend time with him during Christmas last week. Namik Cantres' lawyer stated in court that his client suffered a difficult life. He explained that Namik Cantres comes from a divorced family. He said that as if it should excuse Mr. Cantres from the life choices and decisions that he has made. This line of defense made me furious. Sean grew up as a child from a divorced family. Sean was 8 years old when his parents divorced.
3 in the trailer. DUI, back 3 in the trailer.
He was divorced himself. His life was always difficult. Even with all of the challenges that he faced, he went on to build a good life for himself and his children. He never used divorce as an excuse. The newspaper reported Namik Cantres as being unemotional at his sentencing. That is exactly what I witnessed. Never once did I see any sign of remorse. Namik Cantres changed many lives, including mine the day that he killed Sean Ryan. One of the lives that he changed is his own. I do not feel that Namik Cantres is a candidate for parole. He made a decision on August 27, 2020, to race his vehicle on a public road. As I stated above, he is one of 2 individuals responsible for Sean Ryan's death. Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, you're welcome. We will hear from the victim's best friend who will be joining us. And I do see you on. You may unmute and read your statement.
Good morning, and thank you for allowing me to speak. the mother's statement really affected me, and I know that was the impact statement that everybody was geared for. A couple things I want to thank the board member who pointed out that there is no remorse. That recognition really meant a lot, and it's going to mean a lot to his mom when I report back. The part about the defensive skills with the grandmother should have made a realization that somebody was driving down the street recklessly, and the thoughts and input of what was all going on as Sean was coming at him with his daughter should have been a light. Now, that being said, my name is Tom DeMatteis. I am Sean's best friend and brother. And I'll start out by saying happy holidays, or so it began that way. Yet the harsh reality of losing my best friend and brother haunts me every single day. I have no choice but to push through the anguish, suppress the overwhelming grief, and keep moving forward. After enduring years of exhausting court proceedings and finally believing the chapter was behind me, I received a gut-wrenching notification. The individual responsible for my best friend and brother's death was already up for parole. I felt like an unforgivable punch to the stomach, transforming what should have been a season of joy and celebration into one of anger, despair, and disbelief. How could someone directly responsible for taking a life be eligible for parole already? By the conclusion of the statement, I'm pleading for the system not to fail Sean, his daughter, who barely survived the crash, which was no accident, his two sons who lost their father, his mother who lost her son, his siblings, and the countless friends and loved ones, including myself, who continue to feel the unbearable weight of his absence. Sean was the type of person whose loyalty and selflessness was said with the story about the rose. Sorry for getting off track. Set him apart. No matter where he was or what he was doing, he would always pick up the phone. He would stop everything to be there for family or friends without hesitation. Very few people are fortunate enough to have someone in their lives with such unwavering dedication and compassion. I was blessed to have him, and now I'm burdened by the cruel reality of his loss, especially due to such a senseless act and a catastrophic failure of the justice system and law enforcement. Let me outline the facts. Within 12 hours of the devastating crash that claimed Sean's life and nearly took his daughter's, the prisoner, now seeking parole, was pulled over in the early morning hours, clocked at 132 miles an hour on the highway. At the time, a speeding ticket for driving over 90 miles per hour lay on the floor of his car. Instead of removing the reckless and dangerous driver from the road, arresting him, towing his vehicle, and holding him accountable, law enforcement merely issued him another citation on the roadside and let him go, with nothing more than a promise to appear. Fast forward an hour and a half before the crash, and another prisoner stood before the judge. The individual already had multiple arrests and even more outstanding warrants. The prosecutor pleaded with the judge to revoke his bond, emphasizing that he was not only a repeat offender, but a growing threat to society. Despite this, the judge let him walk out of court. Get into a car. Obviously, the judge didn't know it was there. Get into the car that he was there facing charges for. Unregistered, uninsured vehicle, the same car he drove to court without valid driver's license, and leave. hour and a half before. This was yet another missed opportunity to prevent the senseless death of Sean. With complete disregard for human lives, these two prisoners raced down a two-lane road at over 130 miles per hour. One tried to pass the other at that deadly speed and crashed into Sean, killing him and almost killing his daughter. The prisoner, now asking for parole, fled the scene of the crash. After receiving a call from the accomplice, he circled back, picked him up, and drove him to another city. He switched vehicles and fled the state, remaining on the run for nearly a month. To make matters worse, after dropping off the accomplice, the prisoner asking for parole today returned to the crash site where he had the opportunity to witness firsthand the horrific aftermath of his actions. Following his arrest, he was placed under house arrest with strict instructions not to drive. Yet his reckless behavior continued. He was arrested again, this time for driving over 90 miles per hour on the highway during rush hour traffic, where in this case he claims that he was headed to work. It was actually the wrong way from where he worked. Despite being involved in a fatal crash, witnessing the devastation he caused, and seeing the crash site multiple times, he remained a menace to society, proving that he has no regard for human life or public safety. The blatant disregard solidifies what we, Sean loved ones, already know. The prisoner earned his sentence. Anything less than serving the full extent of his sentence would be an appalling miscarriage of justice again. The prisoner had excuse me.
Take your
The
time,
prisoner
sir.
has the thank you. I'm sorry. The prisoner has demonstrated time and time again that he has no remorse, including this hearing. He does not accept responsibility for taking a human life, nearly causing the death of another, because he did. He never would have gotten behind, because if he did, he would have never gotten behind the wheel again and drove down the highway such recklessly. In closing, one thing that I did hear was about him driving in the future, where I believe it's part of the court proceedings that there's going to be either no chance at getting his license back or heavy stipulations to his release should he be caught driving again, violating parole to the point of completing full hearings. And I'd like to, have that put on the record. In closing, I adamantly object that parole today.
Thank you for your statement. We appreciate you coming
appreciate you.
forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll go back on mute.
Thank you. We know it's difficult. We do appreciate you coming forward. Okay, Mr. Cantres, we will now deliberate about your case and give you our decision in just a few minutes. Okay? All right. Ms. Zappo-Sasu.
So, this is one of those cases where the tragic event had such devastating effects. And it seems, the way I'm hearing things in our interview, that it is kind of like the tale of two different hearings. We have Mr. Cantres, who's serving his 5 years with 3 years probation to follow, as we've talked about. He's completed a variety of programs, including Tier 2 and Voices, stress management, addictive lifestyles. He's active in the change unit. He's participating and facilitating programs. He had no criminal history before this offense, and he has acknowledged his lifestyle choices were poor. And he's made an attempt to begin with a release plan to rebuild his life in terms of identifying work and a place to live. And while incarcerated, he's received no disciplinary reports during this period of incarceration. Yeah. Even with all that, it's a very difficult hearing to navigate in terms of his expressions and how he presented in light of also the victim statements. So I'd also defer to the chair in terms of clarifying the purpose of parole eligibility and how we came to be here today, as well as the differentiation between us and court stipulations. But I would like to hear the opinions of my more well-versed colleagues in terms of navigating where we go from here.
Right. So Mr. Cantres is eligible for today's hearing because of the legislation that allows for crimes such as this, where they would serve 50% of their sentence and then be eligible for parole. Our role today is to determine suitability. There are a number of factors that we consider in that decision. They include criminal history. They include offender change, which comes from program participation. We consider what the individual's plan is upon release, whether it's realistic, reasonable. We also consider the victims in cases such as this, the harm to the victim, the safety of the victim. Part of suitability is also determining public safety, as been stated previously. So that is basically what brings us here today. And Ms. Turner, your thoughts?
So Mr. Cantres, I agree. I don't think he presented particularly well today. Disappointed that he didn't make the choice to come better prepared, especially with all the programming that he has taken. I do want to state for the record, as it was stated by the parole officer, he does have a 15-year sentence. 10 years of that is hanging over his head as he goes out to probation. He is low for his risk to reoffend, and he has a plan with supports. So I think it's completely appropriate for him to finish the 5 years that he has to serve, given the feelings of the victims and the fact that a life has been taken and life's forever altered as a result of the poor choices that Mr. Cantres repeated in the community, endangering public safety with no regard. So it's a denial for me.
Thank you for that. So one of the factors that we also consider when looking at suitability for parole is the age of the individual. Mr. Cantres was 20 when the offense was committed. He's 24 years old now. He, as stated, had no criminal history prior to this. There is an indication that there are prior driving violations where excessive speed is involved. He does have support in the community. I too thought that Mr. Cantres's responses to some of the questions was lacking. However, I do look at his age and his background, and I can appreciate where there can be some, I guess I'm looking for some lack of depth in some of his responses. I look at the number of programs that he has participated in the time that he's been incarcerated. And in my view, he's made tremendous effort to involve himself in programs that he would benefit from, and then in turn give back by facilitating various programs. He has no disciplinary reports. We do often find that individuals of his age entering facilities struggle in the beginning, especially to follow the rules, and get along in those close quarters. Mr. Cantres does have support in the community. I think making a choice to live with his grandmother is shows some insight in the sense that prior to being incarcerated, by his own statements, there was that environment was not suitable for his recovery now coming out. He has an offer of employment. He's young. He can still attend school. And then in the end, he does, on our risk assessment, score low for risk to recidivate. I do think that a period of parole supervision is beneficial to Mr. Cantres, which would be followed by probation. So I would be in favor of granting his discretionary parole today.
And I would say, you know, in response to some of what you said, you know, because he does score low for his risk to reoffend, I'm not sure, and he has a solid release plan, and perhaps I didn't state it fully when I was speaking earlier, but I don't see the need for the higher level of parole supervision as he transitions. He's got the supports, he's got the plan, the job will still be there for him. And I think he's shown us that he still has some work to do on himself.
And I also, failed to say that, there is a great harm to the victim, and a decision to grant a parole, whether to deny or grant, does not reduce the harm to the victims. As we know, there's a tremendous loss. I do get a sense, although I think we wish Mr. Cantres could be more articulate, that he does understand the gravity of his situation, of the harm that he's caused. And yes, go ahead. I think it's important for, it's a very, very serious case.
It is, and it's a difficult one.
Yes.
But whereas your comments about, not alleviating the discomfort to those who are still suffering with the loss of Mr. Ryan in their lives, I think that a grant in this case stands to potentially make it worse for them. So that comes into consideration as well.
I don't disagree with that. I also, and you had mentioned parole supervision. I look at parole supervision also, it is a higher level of supervision. And we did talk about him having supports in the community, but he is also 24 years old, coming out of jail for the first time after having spent, it'll be about 2.5 years at that point, or just shy of 2.5 years, to being somebody who has caused the death of another individual. I think that there's an opportunity for him to be successful by living with his grandmother, but I still think that he has a family that is not always provided, or from what we've read in his own admissions, provided the best opportunities for success. So I do think that parole and community services, one, offers public safety, a level of public safety, and offers resources to help Mr. Cantres stay on that right track.
Now, hearing about the victim and the victim's daughter and what they've gone through, it doesn't seem to me that whether we grant parole today or on May 26th or at end of sentence on December 1st, that the loss of their loved one and best friend is ever going to change. So I look at this in terms of he's been incarcerated for almost 2 years. On paper, has done everything that would have been asked, has had behavior appropriate. I don't know in terms of, emotional and growth in terms of articulation and emotion, what could be done in the next few months to change that, other than it's a factor of maturity and aging. And as you get older, it comes to you. So I have to look at this in terms of what he's accomplished based on our framework. And I believe that he should be made eligible for parole today, with the understanding that he has a lot of work to do, and that is entirely on him. And that even in the next few months prior to his parole eligibility date, every day should be dedicated to that, and every day thereafter. And that this is something that I would assume that he would think about every day that he wakes up and every time he goes to bed, because it has been life-changing for everybody, including everybody that's had to be part of this procedure leading up to and all of the probation following. He has 10 years, as my colleague said, hanging over his head. And if that's not enough to affect positive change, I don't know what is. So I would be in favor of parole today.
No driving.
Contact with co-defendant, Berlin Valorio, no contact with victim's family. And based on some of the conversation, I don't know if there's programming within the community that would be appropriate.
I mean, we could leave that to parole and community services. And I do understand that he's a mental health one,
Yes.
but I would like to add at least an evaluation.
I would like to add an evaluation as well.
Ms. Turner, anything else?
No.
Okay. So in the matter of Namik, Cantres 436-209, there's a motion to grant parole on or after May 22nd, 2025 with the following stipulations. Mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary, no operation of a motor vehicle without the parole officer's permission, no contact with the victim's family, victim SR and MR, and no contact with co-defendant Roland Villarreal. Do I have a second? Second. All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed?
Aye.
Mr. Cantres, you were granted parole by majority decision. We trust that you will go out and do what you've said you would do in terms of your positive reintegration to the community, and think about the harm that you've caused as you go along and try to make amends.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Namik Cantres, inmate number 436209.
Thank you for your time. It's another gross misuse of the justice system.
You're all set, Mr.
Get transferred parole.
Okay, thank you.
You're all set. The next person in.
Keep it moving, buddy. Get out of there. Anyhow, hey, thank you. I want to go ahead and welcome you guys to You Have a Collect Call From, or at Collect Call From, where we do a little bit of everything when it comes to incarceration. Phone calls, video calls, parole board hearings, video visits, everything. We should be having the next individual coming up, and there he comes. Look at that. He got some fresh shoes on. All right, let's see who this is right now. I'm gonna go ahead and mute it out, and thank you guys for coming in, and don't forget to hit that thumbs up button if you will, or hit the thumbs down, whatever way you feel. It's all good.
We'll be right with you, Martinelli.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, did anybody catch his name? They said it, but I wasn't. It didn't sound that great on my end, so I wasn't able to hear what his name was. So I could go ahead and put his information up on the screen. Oh, hold on. Do I even have it on here? Let's see here. Laura, Michigan Road, gross injustice. Hit the thumbs up. That's right. Highly appreciate that. Let me see here. I think I got the right information here. I'm not sure. Sometimes I get my wires crossed up. I'll just go to the website here and check it out for myself. All right. If you guys get a notification that I'm running another stream, I'm running the stream from Utah. I just started about 2 minutes ago, so it's up and running right now. I can't make out their names either. All right. So I'll thank you for that, Dan. Appreciate that. Let me see here. Gotta check out the calendar. I thought I had the information down, but I might have not got the right one down, so I'm double checking right now. Just please bear with me. And let me see. Yep, I think that's it. So according to the to the way the names are written on the agenda here, it should be Robert, but let me look up Robert here to check if it is him. Just in case it is him, I'll just go ahead and get it ready to write it on the chat. Let me see. So hey, this gentleman right here looks like he came ready. He has his little opening statement. Not like the other youngster that obviously didn't come prepared, but at the end of the day, it didn't even matter because they ended up letting him. They ended up finding him suitable to be paroled. Robert. Oh, here we go. They're about to give me vertigo over here. Here, let me see. Middletown Press. I don't know. Let me see here. Or was it Cantres? Okay, so that youngster. Okay, so that guy was what was his name here? His first name was Namik, Namik. That was the youngster that got into that. Well, you can't even say an accident because he was under the influence. He was driving 150 miles an hour, so I wouldn't consider that an accident. What do you guys think? Is that an accident, intentional? I added a link to an article that I came across on Google. If you guys want to go ahead and check that out, it should come up under the description. Oh, so he posted bail. That's how he was able. That's why he's only been incarcerated 2 years. So I'm adding the 2 articles that I found on here on the description of the video. Public records. Kind of sucks if you think about it for them, as far as, like all this information being public. At least back in my days, if you were doing dumb stuff or idiotic things, it wouldn't end up on the internet. Accomplice. Accomplice to 2020 racing death gets 5-year sentence. Let me add that to and it looks like the parole board wasn't ready today, so they are dragging their feet, and that's what you got me, guys. That's what you guys have me on the mic right now. I have a little bit of time before I have to head on out, so I'll spend it here.
Good morning, my name is Parole Officer Martinez. Today is Thursday, January 9th, 2025. And this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Robert Cybulski.
Edward Smith Palmieri.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Inmate number for the record. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Can you please state your name and inmate number for the record?
Oh, sorry. Randall Martinelli, 368-241.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Randall Martinelli, inmate number 368-241. He is serving a sentence of 15 years, execution suspended after 10 years for 5 years probation, and in addition, he was sentenced to 4 years in 2023. Mr. Martinelli is serving time for 3 counts of possession with intent to sell, illegal operation of motor vehicle under the influence, engaging in police pursuit, illegal operation of motor vehicle under suspension, and interfering resisting. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of March 28, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. Mr. Martinelli has completed Tier 2, Voices, NEST program, 24/7 DAD, CLIck program, and Just Dance Performance Project. He is currently in the Second Chance program, has outside clearance, is working on Enfield grounds, and is participating in Building Trades Institute, and is facilitating daily DAD program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the SRT falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin, Mr. Martinelli.
Great. Thank you for this opportunity. I have wrote a letter. I'd just like to read it if that's okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
And I'd also like to thank public and apologize publicly because I know this is open to the public. I just want to just apologize because I know my actions affected the community, and also I believe some of my family members are watching. I'd just like to publicly apologize to them too for putting them through this and sticking by my side and being there for me. To the members of the board, I would like to begin by thanking you for this opportunity for a second chance at early release through the parole process. I understand that this is a privilege, and I have learned that not only do I have to earn that privilege, but it is vitally important that I do not take it for granted. As you're well aware, I'm currently incarcerated for a violation of parole. That violation was a result of my offending in the same exact manner in which I did that resulted in my original charges, sales of a narcotic. While it may appear to you that I took parole for granted then, in actuality, I was equipped with almost all the tools necessary to succeed. However, the one tool I did not equip myself with at the time was the ability to handle failure. In retrospective, I can now look back and acknowledge the fact that I tried to do too much too fast, overwhelming myself in the process. When I subsequently collapsed under the weight of placing unrealistic expectations on myself, that feeling of failure spun me out of control. It was then when I relapsed into old destructive behaviors. I began using and turned to past practice of selling drugs to support my habit. This proved to be one of the worst decisions I've made. And it is important to note that in explaining my behavior, I'm offering reasons and self-analysis, not excuses for my behavior, because quite frankly, that behavior was inexcusable. It could not have been avoided if I had simply humbled myself and asked for help when I encountered failure. Unfortunately, my ego did not allow me to do that. So when I returned to prison this time, I immediately sought out help to remedy the situation, and possessing the recognition of why I had returned to my old ways and why I was back behind prison walls. I was empowered to seek out the specific type of help necessary to ensure that I did not succumb to those same pitfalls again. Immediately upon my arrival at Osborne CI in February of 23, I signed up for the Tier 2 Addiction Service Program. I knew that I needed to be proactive if I had any hope of finally conquering my demons. While I had recognition of my issues and why I had landed back in prison, I knew that I needed a deeper understanding of that and contributed to my downfall. As I worked my program of recovery, Counselor Supervisor Seuss recognized my determination to change my life and took me aside to recommend that I apply for the Enough unit, the second chance program at Cybulski CI. After I completed Tier 2, I was accepted into the program and transferred to Cybulski, where I've resided since October of 23. While in the second chance program, a special selective residential unit reserved for those inmates who are most serious about our rehabilitation, I have proven to be an integral part of this therapeutic community. Since my arrival, I've been the primary facilitator of the Inside Out program, which is designed to provide resources available to individuals to support their successful reentry into society. I help other inmates to map out what resources are available, which ones they may need to avail themselves of, and how they should go about taking advantage of those resources. While facilitating this important group within the dorm, I have also actively participated in several other inmate-led groups: Motivation for Light, Silent Sons, Art Therapy, and Goals Group, just to name a few. One of my biggest accomplishments while in the second chance unit has been creating and facilitating the Daily Dad program. This group serves to enable members to talk about issues surrounding being a father while incarcerated and take the necessary steps to build and maintain a positive, productive relationship with one's child while being in prison. It is imperative that we continue in our role as a parent from behind these walls in any and every way possible. Another important rehabilitative group that I was selected to take part in was the Judy Duerden Project, which affords participants the opportunity to work on parenting skills, build a lasting relationship with our children, and even arranges a 2-hour family visit, which includes sharing a meal and the fathers put on a performance for our children. This as well, all of the other hard work I have done has allowed me to forge a stronger, healthy relationship with my 8-year-old son, Dominic. I have now completed 3 separate cycles of Judy Duerden and continue to actively participate in all aspects of this program. One difficult moment during all of this was when I witnessed just how hard my absence and incarceration has been on my son. At one of our visits, we were having a great time together to the point where we firmly believed that Dom actually forgot that I was in prison. when it was time to end the visit, I watched my son struggle with the reality of the unfortunate situation I have placed us in. And he emotionally shut down as the reality set in on him once again. I still tear up to this day when I think about that moment. It was a stark reminder that my regrettable actions have consequences not only for me, but for my innocent son as well. And I cannot apologize enough to Dom and our whole family for all the unnecessary pain and heartache I have caused. And I use the pain I am feeling as fuel to work diligently every day to become the man and father they deserve. My beautiful son is my reason and my purpose, and I will not quit trying to be the role model he needs me to be. Additionally, I have participated in family-wide programs while at Cybulski as well. These include Father Supporting Reentry, NEST program, CLIP, another parenting program centered around reading with your child, and Voices, a victim awareness program, which helped me come to grips with the simple truth that there are no victimless crimes. And when I committed my regrettable act, I caused ripples to expand that touched so many. My family, our community, and society as a whole. This program opened my eyes to the fact that nothing occurs in a vacuum. It is important to note at this point that I have both a strong support system and a solid plan for reentry upon my release. My network of supporters include my dad, brothers, and sisters, and especially my older sister, Stephanie, who has been my bedrock throughout my sentence, not only helping me, but being there for my son, Dominic, every step of the way. Family as we rebuild and heal. Importantly, I know that I need to keep my reentry plan and expectations simple, given the fact that last time I admittedly tried to take on too much and failed as a result of the unrealistic burden. This time I know that I need to help my priorities streamline, staying sober and asking for help, availing the resources afforded to me, and sticking to the basics. In doing so, I will certainly give myself and my family a far greater chance to succeed, and that is truly all that matters, making a better, healthier life for myself, my son, and our family. Thank you again for the time and consideration, and please know that no matter what decision you make today, my path and mindset will not change. Today, I know that this time in prison was not only a form of punishment, but a blessing in disguise. It has given me the time to reflect and grow as a person and a father, and I can confidently say that I turned a potential stumbling block into an actual stepping stone.
Thank you, sir. You did a good job on that statement, and I appreciate you preparing that in advance for us. You answered some of the questions that we probably would have had for you. You've been to a parole hearing before, so you understand how this works. We're going to take turns asking you questions, and then after that, we're going to deliberate, and then we'll give you our answer today. Okay? We're going to start with my colleague, panel member Smith Palmieri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Martinelli, wow, that was a really incredible opening statement.
Thank you.
I really have a true sense that you are remorseful, and that you, at the age of 37, have come to understand that your actions affect so many more people than just yourself. You know, it's when a parent goes to jail, it's just selfish, right? Children that young just do not understand. You were out on parole for how long?
Oh, roughly about 2.5 years.
Okay. And in that 2.5 years, when did it start to go down?
The last year.
The last year? And you
Yeah.
talked about not being prepared for failure. What were some of the failures that you struggled to handle?
One of the biggest ones was I had this idea that I could go home and start my own business. That was my main focus, starting a business when I went home. And when that went under, I feel like my mindset as far as actual employment, I was set on, I don't need a job, I need a career. I need something that I can take care of my son, my family, without even understanding that, given my history, I had no work history. So me finding that type of job was unrealistic. I mean, it's possible, but I know now that if I have to just go home and get a job at a Dunkin' Donuts or McDonald's and rely on the help of my family until I build that resume where I could afford to get that job, that's what I have to do, because in all honesty, my actions, and I know you just touched on my son, he didn't deserve this punishment just because I couldn't figure things out on my own. And like I said, if I would have just asked for help, and my family was there for me, it was just me being stubborn and just thinking I could do it on my own. And I didn't want to come crawling back and asking for help.
So you resorted to what you know best, right? What comes, I shouldn't say what you know best, what comes easy.
Yes, the easy way out.
Yeah. You know, we could talk about employment probably all day, right? I mean, many people support their families working at Dunkin' Donuts and McDonald's. You know, I mean, they're big companies. You can move right up the chain, do well. You know, it's a matter of being willing to do different types of work.
Yes.
Right? So you didn't reach out to your parole officer? Were you reporting? What were they saying when they saw you start to kind of struggle a little bit?
No, I was still reporting. I was going in. As soon as I think I gave him 3 dirty urines, and I had actually right before I had got arrested, one of my friends saw the path that I was going down, and he had reached out to me and actually hired me. It was through Ally. He's bedridden, so like he's able to hire clients to come in and like take care of him and help out, like manage his house. And within me having that job, my parole officer saw my dirty urines, and he's like, you have to get that under control, because if you're taking care of someone, you can't be using drugs. And he recommended me to seek out treatment. And I actually did. I signed up at the Renato Network in Waterbury. And I was supposed to start the following Wednesday. I was arrested Sunday night. So they did, like, I was working with parole to get things in order, but I was basically already too far gone. And that's why I say this arrest, it actually, I look at it potentially saved me from a worse situation.
Yeah. You know, in reviewing your case, so we're looking at your new charges. And then we also need to go back and look at what you were on parole for. So in doing that, I was interested to see what programs you took when you were in the last time. So you took Good Intentions, Tier 4. You know, that's not an easy program to get into. And we'd love to see more people in there, but you know, yeah, you have to have certain requirements, or you have to be at a certain place with your drug use to get in there. Alternatives to violence, you took the DUI program, people are empowering people. So in your mind, you had all these tools.
Yes.
But you weren't prepared when things didn't go your way.
Yeah, and that's why I said, like, I had all the tools, I knew all the right things to do, but it was just once my plan that I had set when I went home failed and nothing was working, and I just felt like I was stuck in a situation, and I just felt like that was my only option, knowing that it wasn't my only option. But like we said, it was just what I knew, and it was the easy way instead of me asking for help.
So what were you doing for the 2 years that things were going okay?
First and foremost, I'm building a relationship with my son. I missed out on the first 4 years of his life, and that I don't mean to say being selfish, but that could have been some of the part of my downfall, because I put so much effort into being there for him before even getting myself fully reintegrated and being home. And I thought that I could start a business. I tried starting a mobile detailing business because I felt like me having my own business and my own schedule, I could still have the time to be there for my son, to bring him to school, to drop him off. And that went well for a little bit. And when the business wasn't the money, I was putting more money into it and it wasn't working out. And that was my failure in just trying to grasp and cling on to not hitting rock bottom. In all actuality, I lost everything. And I'm just grateful I didn't lose that relationship with my son though.
Who brings him to see you?
My sister and my father.
Do you have a relationship with his mother for parenting purposes?
Yes, we have a relationship. We're cordial. We handle co-parenting very well for the most part.
You know, it is incredibly disappointing to see somebody come back after they've been given parole. I know for myself, as soon as I see that, I look at the file and the first thing I think of is, why would we grant him parole again? It's almost like a breach of trust, right? We grant parole because we look at all those programs that you've done and we say to ourselves, and you're a little older, right? You're not a kid. We say he's going to go out, he's going to use those skills, he's got good supports. Why would we do that again? For me, I thought that your opening statement sort of answered a question why we would consider it, maybe. In that, you know, you pared it down to figure out where the deficiency was.
Yes.
And I don't think it's uncommon to not plan for failure. Nobody wants to fail.
Mm.
And who doesn't want to be their own boss, right? It frees us up, like you said, to be available for your children, although it doesn't add a lot of structure to your day. And, you know, that's my opinion, but I'll tell you, you know, for most people, having structure to your day makes you a more productive person, makes you a better parent. Right?
I believe that now.
Yeah. What's the next program?
It's a program based on co-parenting, like dealing with the other parent, regardless if there's a relationship or if it's rocky, and just understanding the give and take.
I think the Second Chance program is a great program, especially for somebody your age. You're sort of, you know, right on the cusp of you're either going to do it or you're not, right? Make this positive change in the community. You were living with your father, but you identified your sister as a support and a sponsor?
Yes.
Yeah. Why did you, and you specifically said your older sister, why?
Wait, what was the question?
So when you said you had a lot of support in the community, you said specifically my older sister. How is she your best support in the community?
She's always there for me. She wants the best for me. She like me and her, we've always had we have the same mom and dad. And then we have other brothers and sisters, and it's always been me and her, like through the parents' divorce and everything. And we've had our issues with dealing with coming from a household where she lives with mom, I live with dad, dad disappears, I'm with mom. So we've just always shared that same struggle of dealing with growing up in that household. And I feel like she really understands me and knows that I always mean the best, but I sometimes make bad choices. But even though she knows that my intentions are always good and pure, and that's why I feel like she's always stuck with me and she's willing to stick her neck out for me and even willing to sponsor me. And I mean, I can't be more thankful of her. Like, she's been such a big help with my son.
I'm sure that's a very
I love her
important.
so much. I can't even.
So I did make a notation about employment. What is your plan for employment?
Anywhere that'll hire me, if it's a gas station, a Dunkin' Donuts, a warehouse, It's whatever job, and to be honest, in my reentry plan, I want it simple, because I don't have my license right now. So something within walking distance, or something that's right there, so I don't have to rely on family for transportation, or even if there's no bus route available, like I could just get to work until I do get my license, where I can go out and find that better job. Or start back to, I want to get back into either carpentry or heating and air conditioning, which I already actually, I mean, it's a start in here, the Building Trades Institute. It's a pre-apprentice readiness program where basically once I complete it and get my MC3, it's like a big referral to get into a union and start work, where they'll actually, once I start as an apprentice, they help for the schooling for the work that I already started.
Excellent. I mean, how great would that be? You know?
It'd be great.
Yeah.
But
It comes in steps though, right? You're not gonna just step into a job like that.
No.
Yeah.
That's why, that's why I said, like, I'm willing to, and I understand. I said like this to talking to my sister. I told her, it's like, I have to start as if I'm like 16 years old again. Everything I was supposed to do as far as getting your first job, getting your license. Okay, now you got your job, you got your license, you find a better job, you go to school, you work in that career, you build a house, you build a home. Unfortunately, I finally get it. 20 years later, I understand that nothing comes easily, and I have to work hard if I want to be there for my son. And I'm willing, and I know I have to start at the bottom.
So I'm gonna ask you, so I see that when the officer asked you to identify a high-risk situation, you said not in securing employment. I would also ask, what are you gonna do about your substance abuse?
I already have it planned to actually get back in contact with the Renato Network, which I was supposed to start 2 days after my arrest, where they deal with addiction services, as well as they deal with counseling, helping find employment, getting you on proper medication, housing. They pretty much do the all-around work of you coming home from incarceration. They help you with.
Okay. I mean, they sound like they have a lot of what we call wraparound services. They probably have opportunity to get bus passes. So you can get to and from work, and other opportunities for training programs. So that sounds good. All right, Mr. Martinelli, thank you for answering all my questions. I have nothing further to say.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning again, sir. So what town do you plan to live in when you get out? What town is that you're going to go back to?
I'll be in Naugatuck at my sister's house.
Okay. All right. So you're not going to have any reason to be in contact with your old friends and these people from Waterbury, that kind of thing. It's not changed. The situation in Waterbury has not changed. You understand that?
No, from what I've heard from family members and even seeing the news, I'm just ready to just build my life separate from that old life. It's brought me nothing but pain, and brought my family pain. Taking me from my son. It's been
kind of like a magnet for you, right? When I see these crimes and everything, it all is in Waterbury, like, you know what I mean? And you're involved with maybe old friends. I don't know. So how are you going to handle that when you run into these old friends at the gas station, whatever, the grocery store?
They'll get a hello, and then I'll part my ways. I'm on, if it's anything to jeopardize my freedom and me being there for my son, I want zero parts of it. I have no need for it. There's no interest that, I know it probably sounds like when we talk, but that part of me is dead. I have no interest in it. I just want to be there for my family the way they've been there for me.
I appreciate you saying all these things, and your opening statement was really good. But you've had parole hearings before and have said these kinds of things before too. So that's why it makes us concerned, because you've had so many failures at parole, at probation. You can understand that, right? And in fact, you were on parole. You were on parole when you got these new charges. So,
Yes,
go ahead.
I understand completely what you're saying. And when I say this, it's not me making an excuse. It's just something like when the pain that I seen I caused my son, it eats me up every day. Like just hearing for the past 2 years, just conversations with my son on the phone, all he wants is me home. And he did nothing wrong to deserve this punishment. I understand I committed a crime and I was sentenced and I have to pay my debt to society, but my son didn't do anything wrong. And he's being punished the worst. All he wants is me home. Christmas just passed and him just talking about the toys he got and then switches it to just, when are you coming home, Dad?
Yeah.
And I can't give him an answer. Like that right there is why, and my motivation, this can never happen. And that's the difference between now and then. I've never felt this pain. I've hurt anybody that was so innocent and didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah, I get it. And, he's old enough now. When you get out, he's older, right? So he's going to be watching what you're doing. You're going to have to, he's going to remember these things now. He's old enough to remember, and he's going to be watching what you're doing, your behavior, how much work you put into actually doing the things that you're telling us you're going to do. You should really establish that network. Like you said, you located a drug treatment facility. I would not wait till there's a problem and get a hold of those people and set up some kind of communication, because everyone has problems. You're going to have jobs and lose jobs. Family members will die. Other things will happen, right, that are difficult for us. And then during those times, just like what happened to you before when your business failed, right, those are the times that you need that support. Don't wait until it's too late and you're driving around with 3-4 guys in a car with a gun and drugs and stuff. That's way too late. You know what I mean? In your opening statement, you apologized before you started to the community as a whole. And that's important because your crimes, you took the Voices program, right?
Yes.
So you understand your crimes. When you sell drugs to people, you're putting other people in a situation that you're in now. So, you're selling drugs to people, they're giving drugs to other people. All those people's families are all affected. They're stealing from their families. They're stealing from other places to get money to give to you. It's just a ripple effect that this creates in this community. It's just incredible. Do you understand that?
No, I understand that completely. And it's like, it's something that like, I've never really looked at it in that light until I came in and like I really sat back and just started really self-analyzing myself and how I've been living. And I do understand that if I give something to this person and he gives it to that person, their family, their friends, just as well as my actions trickle down to my family, my son, my son's mother, her other kids' family, because they help out with my son. My actions affected my family, the community, everybody in the whole. Like it's reached everywhere.
Yeah, there's likely people incarcerated because of the drugs that you gave to them. And it's likely that their kids are home without their fathers because of what you've done. You understand that? You've created this situation for other people that you're, going through right now. You understand that?
Yes, I understand completely, sir.
All right, sir. Well, I appreciate all the programs that you've done and facilitated. Can you talk a little bit about your outside clearance job? What do you do for that? Not a lot of people get those kind of positions, so that says something about what you're doing in there.
Well, one thing, and yes, like how you said the outside clearance, and that's also something that I'm actually thankful of how the Second Chance program is actually ran, because you have to, and it kind of taught me like real life, you have to work your way up and become trusted. And I started as a chairman in my dorm, and then moved on to me cleaning the visiting room, which is a low-level outside clearance job. And then after working that for 6 months, a job opened up where I'm outside grounds now, where we go around, we pick up the trash. If it snows, we shovel, we take care of the landscaping. We go over to the other buildings that are nearby, maintain their properties, and just take care of the trash and any other odd jobs that are around the prison that need to be taken care of.
Okay, and I mean, I think there's something to be taught or learned from that experience, based on your work experience outside, just like you talked about, where you started as a tierman and you were doing low-level stuff, and then you worked your way up. They gained some trust in you, and then you moved to the visiting, right? And then you did that for a while. It's the same thing when you're out in the community. You know what I mean? Like you said, there's nothing wrong with having long-term goals like a business, whatever. There's nothing wrong with that. But you need to start building toward it, you know what I mean, from some place that is reasonable.
I have to lay a solid foundation.
Yeah, and have reasonable expectations. And the places that you talked about working at, that's reasonable expectations for your situation. You know what I mean? Yeah. So don't set yourself up for failure and start thinking you're going to be the CEO of some place or whatever. Do what you're saying and then build up to get to that, Okay, that's all I have for you today, sir. I'm going to pass on to my colleague, panel member Turner.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Martinelli.
Hi, how are you doing this morning?
Good. I was on your panel back in July of 2020 when we granted you discretionary parole.
Okay, yes.
And I'm looking at the decision that I wrote about that hearing. And in that decision, we apparently talked about the harm that you were doing in the community by selling drugs, because I noted that you expressed regret for the harm you inflicted on your community as you sought to gain personally off of those who were addicted. So you've known that lesson for a long time, but when push comes to shove, you resort to, as you put it, quick money by selling. Very disappointing. That your moral compass is not stronger, that, you wouldn't talk to your parole officer about needing some help, and instead you would throw in the towel on your business and go back to selling drugs and poisoning your community. So you were released at the end of December in 2020, and records indicate that you got a job right away. You had told us at the hearing that you were going to be a personal aide and caregiver, that you had a position waiting for you, but apparently you got a job at Macy's in the warehouse.
Yes, I worked there for a short amount of time.
Oh, you were there for 13 months. That was a good start. You were there until February of 2022. And while you were in that job, you completed a treatment program in May of 2021. But then by January of 2023, you tested positive for cocaine on parole. And then you got arrested 2 days later for possession.
Yes, that's correct. But I just like to say for the Macy's job, I only had that for 2 months in, I think it was November of 21 to January of 22.
The records that we have indicate that you started the job in January of 2021, and we don't have the reason, the code is DT, that you left in February of 2022. So you studied HVAC in high school, right?
Yes, that's correct.
So you have a really solid job skill. Why haven't you chosen to use that to support yourself and your family?
To be honest, when I finished the school, my thought pattern in working was way off. And I say this basically watching my uncle do sheetrocking and framing his whole life. And I just looked at it like, oh, he got bad knees, he got a bad back, working hard, that when I retire, I'm not going to be able to do anything.
Did your uncle own his own home?
Yes, he owned it. And this is where I finally see what his hard work paid off. He got 2 kids that he put through school that are out. They have their own families. They have their own houses. He's happy. his family, he successfully raised a family. And that goes to even like my sister. I just told my sister her 20-year-old son just moved out of her house. Like that's an accomplishment. Like you raised a child, moved out, he's on his own. Yeah, you're still there for him, you're still doing stuff. And that's everything that I put to the side because I just had this thought of just, I could figure it out on my own. I don't have to ask for no help. And I'm gonna just figure things out on my own.
And that's so interesting because most of the people that we hear from who've completed Tier 4, one of the main takeaways they have from that program is that they've learned to ask for help, that they realize it's not a sign of weakness, but it's actually a sign of strength to say, hey, I'm human and I don't have to go it alone. And there's people there who want to support me and can help me. So that wasn't a takeaway for you from Tier 4?
It was, but given the situation, I think when I went home and my family being there for me while I was incarcerated, I just felt like I have my plan. I've worked hard on it. I could execute it. And I didn't want to show my family that even though all this work that I put in and the 4.5 years that I was incarcerated and all the programs that I did, I couldn't figure things out on my own. And I just felt like it would just make me seem like I was weak and just really can't get my life together.
So your arrogance was your own undoing, eh?
More of my ego, yes.
Ego. Mm-hmm. So, Mr. Martinelli, what exactly are your priorities?
My priorities: get a job and take care of my son.
Okay, so
And reach out to the.
That's incredibly concerning, considering what my colleague just asked you about recovery.
Well,
And
the
fact that it wouldn't be your top priority, given your history and your own stated, high risk, you can't help anybody without taking care of yourself first.
Yes, I understand that, and that's why I was going to get into, like I stated, one of the first things I do want to do when I go home is get in contact with the Randall network. Because just the available resources.
So having been through Tier 4 and now Tier 2, do you have your own relapse prevention plan?
Yes.
Share that with us.
It's just that I seek therapy. I am going home to seek therapy and get on proper medication for some of my underlying issues that I have dealt with growing up, as far as my anxiety, my ADHD, just certain things that even my aunt for years told me to get on proper medication. I just always was like, I'm not taking medication. It alters the way I think. It makes me feel like it's not me. I feel like a zombie. But in all honesty, what I was doing by self-medicating with these drugs was, I'm not saying that's what the medication will do to me, because it's doing what it's supposed to do to me.
It's therapeutic.
Yes. And it's just.
So you've been on medication before?
When I was younger. And
like
then.
A minor or as a young adult?
When I was like 14, 15, I was still taking
That's a minor.
medication.
Okay, don't go into any of the detail about it.
Okay. And then just recently,
when you met with the parole officer, you denied attending any mental health treatment or having any diagnosis. So now you're wanting therapy because you do realize you struggle with anxiety.
Yes.
Okay, what else is in your relapse prevention plan?
Just to seek the therapy, get on proper medication, attend the meetings at the Randall network. I went through it once before, but I didn't have the mindset of where they.
What are these meetings?
What are they?
What are the meetings?
Oh, they have relapse prevention. It was 4 of them. It was like a year program, and they go from relapse prevention to using submitted to urines every week when you go to the class. And it's
Mr.
just,
Martinelli, when you were in tier 4, all those years ago and now tier 2, have you been a participant in AA or NA?
no, not just the ones that are in the dorm in the second chance unit. They have one Saturday and Sunday and
You
Mondays.
go to those?
Yes.
Okay. When you were released on discretionary parole, did you attend any meetings to support your recovery?
No, because at that time I really felt like I didn't have a real problem and that I could handle it on my own. I felt like the plan that I created when I went home, I could handle all this on my own. Which
Which is
clearly
really
I
just
failed.
the absolute opposite of any takeaways from tier 4. Is it, there's a whole recovery community out there in every town. You don't have to do it on your own. And in fact, it's much harder to do it on your own and much less successful,
Yes,
as you've proven.
I understand that, and it's not me, but my father just recently showed me, like, he's 63 and he just recently reached out and he's accepted help, and what he did show me that it's really okay to, if I need the help, to really ask for it.
It's not an if, sir. You do need help.
Oh, yes, you're
You
correct.
have a problem. You have a problem with substances. You have a problem with anxiety. It's not an if. You knew you had the hearing today, right?
Yes, I knew I had the hearing today.
Okay. When you completed tier 2, did the completion involve a recovery plan?
I didn't really feel like my only thoughts on it was trying to figure out how, when I did the tier 2, because I just came back in, and it was just how I got back here. And yes, I understood that my drug use played a part of it. And I always felt that it was just me self-medicating, not where it's like, oh, this or that, but it is a problem. And I feel like if I do therapy and get on the proper medication, the drug use won't be a problem for me.
Sir, drug abuse will be a lifelong problem for you. Do you believe you're an addict?
Yes.
Okay. Once an addict, always an addict, right?
Yes, you're correct.
So it's a problem you have to stay hyper vigilant about, because you have to make the decision every day to live clean and sober.
Yes.
So popping pills for, a mental health condition, doesn't mean you've taken care of your underlying addiction issues.
No, I understand that completely. And that's
I
what
really, I hope for your sake and the sake of your son, you really do. But
No,
I
I
don't
do.
feel much confidence. I feel like you're making it up as we're going along.
No, miss, that's why I said the most important thing, even to Martinez, and even before my incarceration, like, I signed back up with the Ronaldo Network. Like, that's something I very want to do, because I
But
know
there's so much more out there. I mean, you could attend NA and AA meetings and work with a sponsor and go through the 12 steps. And it's Officer Martinez.
Okay, I apologize, but Officer
I have
Martinez.
no more questions, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Okay, sir, we're done with the question portion. So we're gonna deliberate now. I just ask you just be quiet. You can listen, but just let us, and then we'll give you our decision when we're done deliberating. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, panel member Smith Palmieri.
Thank you. So I think we're all disappointed to see Mr. Martinelli back here. To just put it plainly. I, like Ms. Turner, reviewed the written decision, the last disc, some of the programs that Mr. Martinelli had done, and looked at some of the notes about his supervision. So he was doing okay there for the first couple of years on supervision, and then took a drastic turn for the worse. I do appreciate that he has no disciplinary reports, that he has a job with outside clearance, which speaks to how well he's been doing at the facilities. He's done a number of good programs again. I thought that his opening statement laid out what he thought he was ready to do last time and identified where some of his failures were in terms of reasonable aspects of living in the community. He has a sponsor that's been verified. No verified employment yet. So I would be, and he does score moderate for risk to recidivate. I'd like to give Mr. Martinelli a little bit of credit for the time that he was doing well on parole, and I'd be willing to give him an opportunity again. See if he can get it right this time.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's not a perfect situation. But I am in agreement with you that he has done a number of programs. Position is facilitating some things. He's got an outside clearance. He's expressed his recognition of where he's failed in the past and how he plans to do things differently this time. So I'm also in agreement to grant him parole today. Councilmember Turner.
Disappointing to see Mr. Martinelli not only back, but back with new charges similar to what he'd been doing out in the community before. I hard pressed to trust what I'm hearing from him after, so much investment in programming in his last incarceration. For someone who's completed tier 4 and now tier 2 and the DUI program, kind of would have expected him to have a better handle on recovery and what it would look like. And I would also have expected it to be his number one priority. I feel like he's starting to trip himself up before he's even released with the same thinking that got him into trouble when he was out in the community, which is overwhelming himself with things that are, in some cases, beyond his control, but also, not quite prioritized. To throw it all away because your car detailing business doesn't take off in the first 6 months is very concerning decision-making, especially that he would resort back to actions that he knows are harming himself, his community, and putting his family through yet another incarceration. This is his fourth. He's perhaps somewhat older and somewhat wiser. I suppose the benefit to the higher level of supervision under parole is needed. At his stage in life, I would have been more encouraged to hear him wanting to go to a halfway house and start adulting, taking responsibility for himself and, really availing himself of the supports of the halfway house. But that is not what he's choosing to do. I guess I'll stick my neck out again for Mr. Martinelli for a second time. And I just hope it's not against my instincts, my better judgment. The fact that this gives him 2 years on discretionary parole before he begins probation. I'm trusting that he's saying to us that he knows how to ask for help, knows that he has to ask for help, appreciates that he doesn't have to do it on his own, is being honest with himself that he has mental health issues he needs to take responsibility for addressing. I will grant.
Thank you. So, let's talk about the stipulations. I had no alcohol, no driving. Is there anything else?
I mental health evaluation.
Okay.
He has a co-defendant from 2023 who was the driver of the car that he was selling drugs out of, Ranique Brown. I would like a general no contact with that person.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay, so matter of Randall Martinelli, inmate number 368241. I'll make a motion to grant discretionary parole as parole eligibility date or after March 28th, 2025. The following conditions, in addition to his standard parole conditions: no alcohol consumption, mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary, no operation of a motor vehicle without the parole officer's permission, and no contact with the co-defendant, Ranique Brown. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Okay, sir, been granted parole today.
Okay, thank you so much. I will not let you down.
All right, good luck. Make your recovery your number one priority, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Done mental health evaluation and treatment is deemed necessary.
You need it here, it's all set, or we'll jump the line.
All right.
I'll pop you out.
Good morning.
And that's the other case.
Yes, thank you.
Do you have anything to add?
Morning, my name is Polanco-Capellan. Today is Thursday, January 9th, 2025. This is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Appeals. All the board members are present this morning and receiving your name and reference to the authority has reviewed all statutory and required documents and available pertinent information for preparation of.
Hi, good morning, Robert Sazowskis.
Jefferson Palmieri,
Nancy Turner.
Good morning, everyone.
please state your name and inmate number for the record.
My name is Robert Duerden. My inmate number is 376696.
This matter is being conducted in consideration of. This country states 696. He is serving a sentence of 30 months jail for violation of probation with underlying offense of criminal mischief second, burning second, criminal trespass first, aid of operation with vehicle under the influence and assault third. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of February 17, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender or felony offender. Mr. Duerden has completed domestic violence. He is currently participating in AANA and Tier 2. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the SRT fall within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin, Mr. Duerden.
I wasn't sure why, how much to write, so I kept this kind of short. I wrote, since I've been at this facility, I've spent my time reflecting on my life and the terrible things that I've done to people. Sadly, most of the people that I treated poorly are the ones closest to me. When I think of the pain and the fear that my children are living with, overwhelms me with guilt and shame. While I was actively abusing alcohol, I was blind and in denial that my parents' skills and abilities were being undermined and disappearing. I consider myself a functioning alcoholic. Typically, life around me begins to fail, and denial had a hold of me, hiding the fact that I was living my life horribly. In 2016, my older brother had passed away, and it was pretty painful. He and I grew up together, sharing the same birthday. 2017, my older sister passed away, and it was a much bigger jab to the heart for me. I was closer to her, and she and I grew an unbreakable bond when my nephew was born. In 2018, 2 more family members had passed away, and I had begun drinking uncontrollably. As you know, in 2019, I was incarcerated and sentenced to 14 months with 4 years of probation. In January of 2020, I was released from jail with a clear mind, a new attitude, and a desire to succeed. Everything went well when all of a sudden a pandemic had taken over life with uncertainty of what was going to happen. Erin had asked me to come help out and set up an office for her at home. She also asked me to organize a classroom for the kids. My children were in much fear and thought we were all going to die. So I decided to homeschool the kids alongside of the teachers until real learning resumed. During that time, I was diagnosed with type 2 diabetes, and that alone added to the weight of fear of death in my children. I learned as much as I could, passing the information on to the kids so they didn't have to think about death anymore. During that time, I started a business of home improvement and secured a nice vehicle and went back to work. Working for myself was rewarding and felt natural. For me, the probation was that I was stipulated to was terminated early for good behavior. The reason I'm telling you this is because I had given myself the confidence to stay healthy and grow during a dark period of time in my life. That period of sobriety lasted a little over 3 years. I've made the mistake of thinking that I can have 2 drinks and be like normal people and be okay, but I was wrong. A couple months later, I ended up in another legal issue which landed me here today. Everything that I had worked so hard to get was washed away by drinking, and I'm ashamed of myself. I've allowed the fear and anxiety to overtake my home again, and I've severely disappointed Erin and her mother, and I've hurt the children once again. I'm pretty angry and disappointed in myself for the poor choices I've made. While reflecting on the pain that I have caused, I have decided to leave prison again with a clear mind again, a positive attitude, a desire to succeed, and a whole bunch of tools designed to help me combat relapse. I learned that the pandemic had forced me to change people, places, and things, which is a huge part of gaining sobriety. When I release back into the world, I will have a much larger choice of self-help resources to take advantage of. I've been to other IOPs, and I think another one is appropriate for growth. I plan to continue attending AA and NA meetings starting immediately. I will engage in other healthy activities such as exercising, reading, and staying in contact with others who are in recovery. I will ask for help dealing with things that I will struggle with, and I plan to attend recovery-oriented activities when available. Meditations, online self-help groups, and therapy will help me keep myself moving forward. My main priority will be staying sober over all things. I eventually will work and begin paying child support because it's pretty important to me. I will reconnect with my doctors to avoid gaps in my health care. I will take all my medications as prescribed. Eventually, I plan to gain a gym membership, another vehicle, with hopes to go back to work for myself again. And while incarcerated, I have never received a disciplinary report, and I walk away from fights. I choose to stay around positive-minded people. I listen to self-help recovery podcasts as well. My favorite one is by Miss INMATE. She considers herself the recovery therapist. I have been supported here by my younger brother, who also shows me a ton of self-love. I have contacted Erin a few times with hopes to chat with my children, but the timing isn't right yet. I understand there is a lot of work to do on myself, which is why Erin chooses to protect the children this way. I must prove to myself and others that I can be a better person so I can get back into the kid's life. I understand that without sobriety, my goals are unreachable or unrealistic. I have the drive to succeed whether I leave jail now or at the end of my sentence. I owe it to Erin and the kids to do well and stay sober. Without sobriety, none of us will truly be happy. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Did a good job on your opening statement. So what's going to happen today is that we're each going to take turns asking you questions. And then when we're done, we're going to deliberate and then we'll give you our answer today, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, and I'm going to start by asking the questions today. I was glad to hear in your statement that, you have a lot of stuff going on with your kids and with work and things like that. But what's most important, your number one priority is your sobriety, and that's as it should be, right? Because you can't do any of those other things if you're in the state that you were in that we're reading about in these reports.
Correct.
So, yeah. Do you remember the day when you were arrested for driving the scooter? Do you remember this incident?
I do remember that incident.
Okay. And so it sounded like you were drinking alcohol prior to this, according to the reports. And I believe as part of your probation, although you were on a scooter, you're still driving on a roadway that you weren't supposed to be driving. What was going on at that time? Why were you driving around and drinking on that day? What was happening that you got to this point? You talked about having a car. You didn't mention anything about the scooter in your opening statement.
I did forget to mention that. At the time, I was intoxicated. I made a very poor choice to jump onto the scooter. The goal in mind was to repay some funds to someone I had borrowed them from. When I arrived, her ex-husband was there, and he accused me and her of messing around, which wasn't, true.
Okay.
I was assaulted that day, and I expressed to the officers that I was assaulted, and I did not assault him. But
I read that. It was in the report.
Yeah, they took me to the hospital for a lump I had on the side of my head. And again, it was very poor choice to jump on the scooter and do that. I don't typically drink and drive, and I did know that it was illegal, and I continued to do it anyway.
What's the status of your driver's license now?
I believe it is suspended until, I think I got a year suspension. I'm not 100% sure. I haven't read any letters, but if I'm correct, it would have been suspended for a year plus a year with the
Interlock
device, yeah, or more.
And even after that suspension ends, there's like a revocation process. You have to pay a fine to get it situated. Just because the period ends doesn't mean you could just start driving again. So
I know. Okay. I have to pay fines and fees, and there's a lot of work to do there.
Yeah, it's long-term goals, right? You start with your sobriety, and then get to a place where you're comfortable that you can get a job, and then start working on these other things. Do you know what I mean?
Yes. Yeah. That's the plan, Work on
Yeah.
sobriety every day.
Right. And don't get ahead of yourself and then take on too much at once and then end up back in this situation, you know? The day that you were arrested for the domestic violence situation with the mother of your children and her mother was there, it sounds like,
Yes.
was a different incident from the scooter. But it also sounds like this was alcohol related or fueled. Can you talk about what happened that day?
I can positively say that every legal issue I've ever had was, because of alcohol, had alcohol involved. That day was the day before my birthday, and I had some drinks. I smoked a little bit of marijuana, and I accidentally dropped my telephone. I was currently not living at the home. I was staying with a friend, and I made another poor decision to go there to try to retrieve a backup phone so I can continue, working and whatnot. While I was there, Aaron had told me to get out before the kids see you. I don't want them to see you like this. And I made a poor statement of, I will kill you. And I did. It wasn't something I meant, but it is something I said. And, putting fear like that into females really is just, it's horrible in my eyes. I can't believe I said it. It's not me. I was out of character that day.
Okay. So just keep in mind when I'm asking you the questions, and I didn't mention this before, but just let's not mention the victims' names at all during this. You could just refer to her as her. We know who we're talking about.
Okay.
Don't mention the names, please. So yeah, it sounded like you wanted to be at the house and you felt you had a right to be there, and it's kind of spiraled out of control, and you made some very poor choices, as you said. So in the future, when you have this urge, you want to see your kids, everybody would, right? Around your birthday, holidays, whatever. How are you going to handle that? Because right now, that's not the situation, right? You're not involved in their lives at this point. You want to get to that point, but how are you going to navigate that? Have you thought about how you're going to do this?
When I leave here, I plan to, I hope to get into therapy. I've tried it in the past and it has taken longer than normal. So I had given up, but, I think of Aaron, I think of the kid's mother as a very good parent. And I know that she, unconsciously protects them. So if she were to tell me today, that she doesn't think it's right for me to see them yet, I have no choice but to follow that. To argue and combat it's not going to get me anywhere. I totally understand that she's trying to protect them.
Yeah, I mean, if you force the issue, it's going to get you somewhere. It's going to get you back to here. You know what I mean? That's. So you need to take care of yourself first and prove to people that you can be the person that you're describing, And, I would encourage you to work with the court and have some kind of a custody agreement or, work through family members that are there family members on your side that are friendly with her?
Yes.
Yeah, maybe, use some of those people. I would not, if I was you, have direct contact in this situation at all. You're going to get yourself into, another one of these kind of situations. So especially in the beginning, you need to think this through before you just call her or show up at her house and say you want to see the children. You understand that?
Yeah, no, I have no plans of going there, sir.
Okay. Is there still a restraining order, protective order in place now?
There is a protective order with grandma. Correct. Yeah, for life.
Okay. I see one here with the mother of the children listed here. So you just try to clear that up with your probation officer, parole officer, whoever, before you start doing any of these things and get yourself violated for something you're not aware of. Okay. So just, figure all that out. If you proceed very cautiously. Okay.
Absolutely. Yes.
Yeah. So you took the Tier 2 program, right, during your incarceration?
I did. Yes. It ended today.
Okay. So that's good. it should be fresh in your mind. Can you tell us some of the things that you learned from that you're going to be able to take with you out to the community?
I kept all of the paperwork, it expresses, a lot of exercises that I should do, a lot of things to keep myself busy when I do think about alcohol and drugs. It gave me a lot of insight to what alcohol really does to a person. I didn't really think of it as a psychogenic until I took this course. Now that I think about it, it really did, mess up my head a lot. It made me do things that I wouldn't normally do. Some of the things that I will do now is stay busy. During the pandemic, there was so much going on and I had no free time. I had an easier time staying sober. This time around is going to be a lot more difficult for me. There's going to be some downtime and some free time, and in between AA meetings and therapy and, whatever I choose to do. Just staying busy. Change of thought, move a muscle is what they say. Keep reading books. I discovered podcasts while incarcerated here. Those have a lot of useful tips and skills. Just stay busy. Just with what I learned from it,
And you talked about A and NA. Have you thought about where in your community where you're going to live at, where there are meetings? Have you looked into that?
Yes, I have the pamphlet at my bunk, and I have been reading it. And there's a lot of them that are online as well. So if I'm not able to get to one, I do know that there's some I can find on Zoom, which is also listed in the pamphlet.
So really, there's no excuse. You know what I mean?
There's no excuse.
Yeah,
No.
if those meetings help you, you should be going. Especially in the beginning, you should really be careful.
Yeah.
So let's talk about your relapse prevention plan and how you plan to maintain your sobriety. You talked about an IOP. Have you identified somewhere that you can go?
No, I have not, due to the lack of internet and stuff. But once I'm outside these walls, I will, obtain a phone, which will give me the internet power to communicate with the world. So I can find an IOP that will be in my area, hopefully on a bus line, and, I can get there and take, do what I gotta do.
So have you done that before?
Yes, I have. I attended Recovery Services of Connecticut in 2018, right before I was incarcerated.
Okay. And that seemed like it helped you, that period?
It did, yes. Yeah. I stayed sober. It gave me a lot of clarity about my life and the choices that I was making. And, I originally thought that it would help me stay out of jail, but, it didn't. And I realized while I was intoxicated that, what I learned from the classes is, it's important to my life, to staying sober. They taught me a lot of things like yoga, something like Tai Chi to help relieve stress and help identify things that stress me out and be aware of my body and the signals it's giving me.
All right. I just want to talk about domestic violence a little bit. You took that program also, completed it, correct?
I did, yes. Yes, I did.
What did you learn there that you can tell us about that will help you when you are released?
The domestic violence class was a little strange. They showed us videos that were really old, but still, conducive to the way that things are handled today. They showed us a lot of really violent stuff, and it made me reflect back on the things that I've done, things I've said. I have assaulted people, and to me, it's bad, but when I think about it, again, I made poor choices because of alcohol. And, you know, the domestic violence class was kind of a learning experience, but it was more of like teaching me to be accountable for myself.
Okay. So can you talk about your release plan? Where are you going to live and work?
I'm going to live in Naugatuck, Connecticut with a friend of mine. He is an officer at the Yale College campus. Where I'm going to work is his brother. His brother owns 17 houses, some of which he is remodeling. So he said that he would pay me to help remodel these houses. I did tell him that because of parole, I'm going to need, a W-2 form, some pay stubs to prove. And he said that that was something that he could provide.
Okay. So they have some kind of a legitimate business where they maintain houses or own homes to rent.
Yes.
Okay. And you have skills, like you mentioned earlier, that you were a contractor, a carpenter, that kind of thing. You can make these kinds of repairs.
I have been in the home improvement business my whole life, all aspects of it. Roofing, concrete, retail part of it. I've done it all.
Any of these people that you're talking about, your friend or his brother, any of these people in recovery?
No.
And they know what your situation is?
Yes, they do.
Alrighty, sir. Those are all the questions I have for you today. You look good today, reading these stories of these chaotic situations and then hearing you talk, it's very different. You understand? So I can see when you say that alcohol makes you into this other person, it's not the way you're talking to us right now, having a conversation, and these chaotic situations, violent situations, and threatening, it's hard to see it's the same person. You know what I mean? So
Yes.
I'm going to pass the questions along to my colleague, panel member Turner.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
What's the status of your relationship? Are you divorced? Were you ever legally married?
We were never legally married. We are not together today.
Uh-huh. Okay. And her initials are EC?
Correct.
Okay. What is the first initial of her mother?
S.
Okay. So you have a standing criminal protective order against you until the year 2073. The
That is
protected
correct.
person is EC. Why don't you tell me what you understand that means?
EC, I thought,
No, the protective order.
yeah, I
does it
didn't
mean?
know. I had no idea that there was one with EC. I do know that. I seriously thought it was SC is what the judge had told me, SC until 2074.
Well, I'm telling you it's 2073 and the victim's initials are EC. So why don't you tell me what you understand a standing criminal protective order means?
No contact, a criminal protective order. There's a couple. There's the no contact and there's no abuse. I don't know what a criminal contact order means. Like, I didn't know
Criminal
that it was,
standing criminal protective order means you are to have no contact. And it includes through third parties, through social media. Your order allows communication solely by text or email concerning parenting and visitation.
my gosh.
So
I did not know. I thought
You
that it
should
was
not
just
be
S.
calling anybody.
Okay.
Okay. So you told my colleague that the DV program focused on being accountable. What does that mean?
Being accountable means, acknowledging where you have gone wrong, the laws that have been broken, the way I've treated people, being accountable just means, knowing that you've done wrong and learning how to correct it.
And being accountable for what you say as well as what you do.
Correct, yes. Yes.
And then what you don't do, which is, for example, providing for the support of your children. So you have a domestic violence history that dates back to 2006 for crimes in Massachusetts with someone you were married to back then. How many times have you taken a program for domestic violence treatment?
I do not know. I honestly do not know.
Right? Because you were supposed to be in the Explorer program when you were out on probation, but that didn't seem to happen. And you got a referral to the Wheeler Clinic. Did you ever go there?
I did go there. I remember being dismissed because they said that my issues were too much for them.
So they were requiring a higher level of care than they could provide?
I believe that was the outcome.
So what did you engage in after that?
I had gotten violated because of that with alcohol use.
So you talked to my colleague about getting insight from the Tier 2 program about the physical effects of alcohol. I'm wondering if you've gotten any insight into why alcohol became a problem for you.
Alcohol became a problem for me in 2018, and it was because of all of the deaths that were happening. I had no insurance at the time. I was unable to obtain medication to help me get through that period of my life. No one had ever said anything to me about grief counseling when I was seeking therapy to help me deal with those problems. I had no idea.
So that's curious, because you said to my colleague that all of your criminal history is related to your abuse of alcohol.
Yes.
Did I hear that right? So
Yes.
your crimes in Massachusetts date back to 1993.
Yes.
So was it you didn't realize until 2018 that you had a problem?
No, I did not realize until 2019, until this year that there was grief counseling.
I'm sorry. I'm talking about your addiction to alcohol. When did you realize that you had a problem?
Probably about 2016, 17.
Oh, at that point, you'd already been arrested 12 times. Okay, so your drinking as a problem goes back to 93 with your criminal history, if I heard you correctly when you spoke to my colleague. So why do you think drinking became a problem for you back then, before it became a habit and an addiction?
I never related my legal troubles to alcohol. I was in denial, and I thought that people, were just telling me I had a problem just to be jerks. Alcohol clouds the mind and makes me believe that I was okay. It's not because of alcohol, it's because people, I used to point.
So I'm wondering if you have any insight into why you were abusing alcohol.
And I don't know. No idea. Back in my younger days, I have no idea why I was abusing.
So oftentimes we hear people were self-medicating, or that they were, drinking their feelings. That there were trauma in their past that they were avoiding. Any of that sound like you?
My father was never around. He himself was an alcoholic, and I think maybe I drank to relieve the pressure from that, the stress.
I don't know the words to strongly enough encourage you to figure this out. Because otherwise, it's called being a dry drunk. Do you know that expression?
No, I've never heard that.
Okay, so you are not drinking, but you've done nothing to address the underlying issues that brought you to alcohol abuse. And that's
Okay.
not living.
Right.
Right? And
Right.
that's why you get on that path where, as you told my colleague, you think you can drink, so you pick up again.
I did that once.
Well, it was the beginning of this downhill slide, right?
When in 2019, when I was incarcerated, that had been the first time that I ever really applied myself to remain sober. It was the first time. So prior to that, I had never really tried to stay sober, honestly.
Okay. Well, congratulations. You had your first, commitment to sobriety. You've broken through denial, which is huge for, starting a path of recovery. So, you did it and you can do it again.
Absolutely. It's not, I can do it again. I'm going to do it again. I'm getting too old to be in places like this and keep doing this to my children.
So tell me about the situation where, first, you had 3 years of sobriety. So were you active in recovery then, or were you just not picking up?
I wasn't really active in recovery. I stayed sober by telling myself no. Whenever there was an urge, I said no. I stayed very busy. I had no downtime. I was working for myself, so I was.
It was willpower. Okay, so that you were trying to struggle with your demons to not pick up. Correct. So when was it? Why was it that it entered your mind that I've been sober 3 years? I could go back to drinking and not overdo. What was the situation?
I had finished the workday, and I saw the liquor store where I usually went to, and I thought, man, I can do this. I'll be all right. I've learned recently that in AA, a lot of people feel that way, and a lot of people have failed sobriety because of that thinking.
Yeah, it's stinking thinking. And that's why you need a sponsor, because that's the person to call when you think, what harm would one beer do? I'm watching football. And that person can help you correct your thinking about what alcohol and you mean to one another.
Right.
Right. So that's why we really emphasize the recovery community and having supports and people in your life who are sharing the same lived experience and know what you're going through. Because, otherwise your colleagues, the people you're going to work with who aren't in recovery, it's Friday, it's payday, let's go out and have a beer. And they could put some pressure on you because they don't understand that you can't have that one beer because one is 12. That's why we really encourage a recovery community approach to sobriety. Were you drinking the whole time you were on probation?
Pretty much, yes.
Okay. So do you remember being interviewed by Officer Martinez?
Yes.
You said my violation of probation happened because I had a non-alcoholic beer that had alcohol in it and I didn't know. That's kind of just made up, huh?
No.
You knew what you were doing. You stopped at the liquor store. You knew what you were buying.
While I was on probation, I knew what I was doing. Yes, I had purchased alcohol, but I was also granted a JRI program with McCall. I had completed that program, And when I had left there, there was a two-week gap between when I had left the program and I had to be sentenced. And that is what landed me here today, was the non-alcoholic beer that did have some alcohol in it. And it was a very poor choice for me.
But sir, I would argue it doesn't matter whether it had alcohol in it, because what you just talked about, thought over muscle, right? So,
Correct,
you know,
yeah.
it's the environment, it's the setting, it's the act of drinking. That's why most people in recovery don't consume non-alcoholic wine and non-alcoholic beer, because it's everything that goes with drinking is there with a non-alcoholic beverage.
You're right.
And
It
it's all
was
part of
huge.
the slippery slope.
It was a very huge mistake of mine, you know,
Well,
very big mistake.
well, it was a choice. So,
Yes.
I would strongly encourage you, you know, you have a mental health score of 3. So if you're granted today, you'd likely need to have a mental health evaluation and engage in treatment, but you need to do some work on the grief because, you know, we all suffer with loss in life. It is part of life. And it's what matters is how you cope with it. And, you know, picking up is not the solution. And you need to have some tools in your box to be resilient in the face of loss. We all do.
I think I'm learning now to deal with grief in a different way. The death has not stopped. It continues. And right before this incarceration, my best friend in Massachusetts had passed away. And I had plans to, you know, go to his services, but I ended up here instead.
So when you're back in the community, look for ways to honor his memory. Go visit his grave. Do positive things by way of paying respects to the people that you've lost, because they wouldn't want to see you picking up. Right?
Right.
Thank you for talking with me. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Smith Palmieri.
I can follow up.
Okay, thank you. Okay, sir, now it's time that we're going to deliberate. So we're just going to ask that you just be quiet while we're speaking, and then when we're done, we'll give you our decision, okay?
Okay.
Okay. So Mr. Duerden has a 30-month flat sentence. He's 48 years old now, and he's eligible for parole in February. So he's completed some programs while he's been incarcerated. Domestic violence tier 2, and he's attending NAAA meetings, and he hasn't received any disciplinary reports, and he rates at a moderate risk level for recidivism. You know, his release plan sounds strong. He has some skills that he can use to find employment, and he's located a sponsor. So, you know, he expressed today his remorse for his poor choices for these different incidents that took place, and talked about how his plan for recovery is going to go when he gets out, including seeking IOP and attending AA and AA meetings, and the importance for him to stay sober so that he can be in his family's life in a productive way. So for me today, I'm willing to grant him discretionary parole. Councilmember Turner.
I have a question for Mr. Duerden.
Okay.
Sir, you waived DOC release. And the parole officer has been unable to connect with your sponsor, who originally you said lived in Clinton, now you say lives in Naugatuck. So we would have to stipulate you to a halfway house because your sponsor is unconfirmed. You know that?
I had changed my sponsorship. My friend in Clinton had told me that he does not have the room for me anymore.
Okay.
So I
All
had
right.
changed to
So,
my friend
great.
in Naugatuck.
So we still have not connected with that person?
Yeah.
So, we would have to stipulate halfway house. You're,
Okay.
okay?
You could try to sort that out after, you know.
Mhm.
Halfway
know
house
he-
doesn't
I didn't
seem
know-
bad for me.
Uh, I think Mr. Duerden, I'm sure I'm not saying it right, is on a journey. And, you know, by my estimation, he's still in the he's early on the path of this journey of sobriety and recovery and making amends. He really had me concerned. He was on probation for less than 6 weeks when he got the new arrest for the assault 3 and the DUI, and it just it's a lot. And there's a lot riding on his commitment and follow through to his own sobriety. You know, I think he's hit some of the stumbling blocks that we often see. You know, thinking you can pick up, grappling with your denial, struggling to ask for help, those kinds of things. And I'm hoping that he really does have the tools he needs to, you know, live clean and sober, and the supports to figure out what the underlying issues are, because he's got some baggage to unpack in his history and in his relationships, and he really does need to figure it out. So I'd like to see him have the supports of Parole. This would afford him about a year. And I hope he takes advantage of the gift of parole and the fact that this is another person in his support system who wants him to be successful.
Thank you. Panel member Smith Palmieri.
I agree with all that's been said. I also think that there's a public safety issue with his alcohol use and his driving, and that being under, whether it's a scooter or a car, that being under supervision is a benefit to the community. I do feel that Mr. Duerden has taken the appropriate programs. I think, as Ms. Turner said, there's more work to be done, but I would also be in favor of granting his parole today.
Okay, thank you. Let's just talk about the stipulations. I have no alcohol, halfway house, mental health evaluation, no operation of motor vehicle without appeals permission, and domestic violence. And then on the victim side, there's 3 victims that I have here: SS, EC, and SC. I'm wondering if, you know, reading that protective order, allowing for some communications with the children.
It's without PO's permission in her case.
Just for EC.
Yeah.
Any other 2, we could just leave as no contact with the victims.
Yes.
Is that okay? Anything else?
Nothing else.
Those are what I have.
Okay, so in regards to Robert Duerden, inmate number 376696, I make a motion to grant parole on or after his eligibility date, February 17th, 2025. The following stipulations that are in addition to the standard parole conditions: no alcohol consumption, halfway house placement, mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary, no operation of a motor vehicle without the PO's permission, and community-based treatment for domestic violence. To have no contact with the victims SS and SC, and no contact with the victim EC without the parole officer's permission. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Motion passes. Okay, sir, you've been granted parole. Did you hear all of that?
I did, yes, thank you.
Okay. Good luck to you. Just make your sobriety your number 1 priority. I mean, just keep going, okay?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Excuse me, Mr. Duerden, The parole officer needs to know what jurisdiction for the halfway house. Well, what would you select? Hartford, what would be your preference?
New Haven, Waterbury, Norwich.
I chose, Norwich and Middletown.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Robert Duerden, inmate number 376, case 93. Thank you, Mr. Duerden, you're all set.
Okay, thank you. Hello, good morning.
All right, all right. Welcome to You Have a Collect Call From, where we deal with everything that has to do with being incarcerated. Anyhow, I appreciate you guys tuning in. So I'm bouncing in between two computers. I got two different streams running. I got Connecticut and Utah right now. In Connecticut, Utah. So far, it's been disgusting. Nothing but horrific crimes. Those type of mental crimes that I can't even say. Anyhow, we still got quite a few more individuals coming on, so the stream will be it'll be running while I'm out and about, and I appreciate you guys tuning in.
Stips promised in chapel. Stips promised in chapel.
Hello?
Morning.
Hi, good morning.
Morning, my name is Command Officer Martinez, and it's Thursday, January 9th, 2025. This is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this morning and they're stating their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutes and documents and investigated pertinent information and preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Robert Sazowskis.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Nancy Kearney.
My name's Jose Polanco,
Can you also state your inmate number, sir?
401678.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application from Jose Polanco-Capellan, inmate number 401678. He is serving a sentence of 7 years, execution suspended after 3 years with 3 years probation, for criminal possession of a pistol and 3 counts of conducting an offense assault. As of today, records reflect a full eligibility date of October 23rd, 2024. There is no victim input in this case. The inmate was heard by the board on June 26, 2024. He was denied parole and new hearing date set for January of 2025. The board recommended that the inmates complete and participate in voices, smart recovery, a 5 to 7 day job assignment, and remain DR free. Since his last hearing, the offender has completed the following program. He has completed voices, utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system. The offender's overall score for recidivating falls within the high rate. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Well, first of all, just thank you for a second chance at seeing me. I believe I should be granted parole because I've taken accountability for all my actions, past mistakes. I've done programming and I've stayed ticket free. I got plans of employment for when I get out, and I will have plans for my future. I wanna take a real estate exam so I could get my realtor license. I know that career choice in the state of Connecticut, I don't need to be it doesn't matter if I'm a felon or not, in order to be that a realtor. And that's something I would like to do for my future. I also have great family support, and I'm not a violent criminal. I'm not a violent person. And yeah, that's the reason I believe I should be granted parole.
Okay, thank you, sir, for your opening statement. So you were at a parole hearing before, you know how this goes. We're going to take turns asking you questions. And then when we're done with our questions, we'll deliberate and then we'll give you our answer, okay?
Okay.
So we're going to start today with panel member Turner.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
So you want to sponsor to your girlfriend in Waterbury?
Yes.
Is she the one whose family owns the bodega?
Yes.
And what's the job you have lined up?
Well, I have a friend of mine. She has a construction job for me lined up, and I also am going to work at the store. But I'm planning on selling the store.
Yeah, we heard that in the last hearing. So what's the construction job and where is it?
I don't have the exact address. I got to contact her when I'm out
What
of prison.
town?
It's in Waterbury.
What would you be doing?
It'll be like landscaping, sheetrock. I'm doing floors, cleaning.
And what kind of a setting is this?
It's like if it's landscaping, it's just doing grass and things like that in the outside. But normally,
Where? Like, are you at a golf course or are you at a nursing home? Where is this kind of work going to be done that you're doing all these different things?
they do it in like different houses. Like if they fix up houses, they buy houses, they sell them. They need workers to like fix them up and things like that. So it'll be different places all the time.
Okay, so this is a legitimate business that buys and renovates homes?
Yes.
And you're going to be paid with a paycheck and pay
Yeah,
taxes and
Yeah, of course. She told me that to contact her when I was out of prison. That's the only reason I don't have all that information, like what the name of the
Right,
place
but
is.
you knew you'd be asked about it because you were asked at the last hearing. So I just, expected you to come a little better prepared.
Yeah,
You
I
don't
also,
even know the name of the company?
I'm also gonna be working in the store too as well.
And that's kind of concerning, sir, because you're returning to everything that was your life that got you into prison. So, in terms of change and doing something different, I'm not hearing what that would be.
Yeah, of course I changed. I'm not going out there to sell no drugs or have any arms around me or anything like that, like weapons. I'm not doing any of those things. I'm going out there, I'm getting a job. And like I said, I'm also gonna study for my exam.
So, you had the gun at the store for protection. Is that the story?
Yeah, that's what I had the gun there last time for, and I know I was wrong for that.
Okay, yeah. And you were selling drugs out of the store?
No, I wasn't selling drugs out of the store.
Okay, that's different than what I have. You were selling pills, Xanax, heroin out of the market.
No, I wasn't selling no pills. I sold heroin before when I first got arrested and did my time.
Well,
I
right,
never sold.
because you have a previous possession with intent to sell
Yeah, I never sold.
conviction.
I never sold pills or anything like that. And ever since my girl owned the business, we never sold drugs out of the business. Nothing. It's been legit.
So you refer to yourself as not a gun guy. So you acquired a gun. Where did you get the gun?
I had bought it of somebody off the street.
So
I didn't know the person.
Did you go to a firing range and practice how to discharge and clean and load the weapon?
I never used the weapon.
But you thought you could protect yourself with a gun you didn't know how to use.
Yeah, I know. I was not really thinking properly. I never used a weapon ever in my life. I just owned it. I never used it. Never shot a firearm before.
Had there been problems at the bodega?
I never really had problems there like that. People try to steal before or maybe rob it before like that in the past. But like I said, ever since my girl owned it, it's been a legit business.
So why'd you need a gun?
I had the gun from a while ago. I wanted to get rid of it. I never got a chance to get rid of it.
So talk to me about your change. What's different about you since June? Let's just do the last 6 months.
I'm different because I know what I want. I know I want to go out there and start a real career for myself. I don't want to go out there and work the store forever or even be in that neighborhood, to be honest with you. I want to move out of Waterbury. It's just, that's what's around me right now at the moment in order for income wise. But I will take my exam, and I want to become a realtor. My girl already did an academy. She works for Showcase, for the firm, for the broker Showcase. And like I said, I helped her study before. That's something that I want for myself as well. Not only because she did it, I enjoy that, and I feel like I'll be real good at it, and it can help my future.
Well, it's good to have goals to work towards. What do you understand about parole?
Parole, I believe, it's a privilege. definitely a privilege, and I feel like it'll keep me in check, you know, and it'll keep me lined up where I need to be.
Well, parole is a higher level of supervision than probation. And this would give you about a year of discretionary parole supervision. You were on parole when you were caught with a firearm. They came to your house to do a home visit and found the box that the gun came in, and you told them it was at the store. You know, so you experienced the reality of getting rearrested and brought back to prison because parole officers have arrest powers. They don't have to go through the lengthy process of documenting all your missed appointments and your dirty urines and then get a warrant together and get it signed by a judge and come looking for you.
Yeah, I completely understand that. Like the last experience I had with them, I fully cooperated. I told them they have to go find the gun. They have to ask me a million times where is it.
I'm not really thinking that's fully cooperating, because if you were fully cooperating, you would have abided by the terms of your parole and you wouldn't have had the gun, right?
Agreed.
So going forward, since you're going back to the store, if there's an issue, shoplifting or even a robbery, how are you going to handle it?
Definitely not with no gun or anything like that. It just safety issues in there, not having so much money in there, not having anything worth losing your freedom over. You know, and that's really it. Like I said, I'm not planning on
I guess I was kind of expecting you to say you'd call 911 and get the police involved instead of taking matters into your own hands. Because, you know, to possess a firearm in a situation like that is to be committed to using it and taking a life over what's in the cash register drawer.
Yeah, of course not. Of course, I'll call 911, of course. But I'm not
Well,
planning
it's
on
not
staying
an
at
of
the
course,
store.
Mr. Polanco, because you didn't say it. You said you wouldn't have a gun. You told me what you wouldn't do, as opposed to what you would do to handle a situation like that. You know, you said to the parole officer that you're going to be smarter. So part of being smarter is you think about situations that may arise and you have a plan to be able to deal with them without it bringing you back to prison. The other part that I wanted to mention is that, you know, parole officers have access to programs and services to help you, even educational pursuits like studying real estate. You need to stay in communication. Talk to them about your goals and see how they can help support you being successful in reaching those goals. But you have to go into the, you know, period of probation with a mindset that this is somebody who's on your team, part of your support network, not just somebody who's going to hold you accountable. Because you're 29 years old. Time you did that for yourself, right? It's called being an adult.
Yes.
Well, you know, so what did you learn from the Voices program?
I learned that a lot of people as victims, even if you don't have a victim in your case, a lot of people could get hurt by you just, you know, owning a gun or just coming to jail, like family members or friends or even your community. Everybody could be a victim.
Who were the victims when you were out selling heroin?
Victims when I was selling drugs was the people I was selling it to, of course, and their family members also, because they could get high and maybe do something bad to their family members, or something could happen or put somebody else at risk.
And, you know, so oftentimes it's children, right, of the person who's addicted to a substance. And so the money's going to pay for the drugs and line your pockets instead of, you know, buying school supplies and food for the house and paying the electric bill. So those are the other ways that people are harmed.
Yes.
Uh-huh. So you don't have a drug problem yourself, right?
No, I don't do drugs.
Uh-huh. You know, so it's additionally challenging for me when I see someone who's able-bodied and capable, who is not choosing to do the right thing and earn a paycheck and support their family, but they're out exploiting people who are suffering with an addiction in order to get their money. It's like you're a predator. You're preying on people's illness, their addiction, to your own benefit. Do you have any thoughts about that?
Yeah, of course I thought of that before. I was real wrong for that. And like I told him the first time when I seen him, I never saw, ever since I got caught selling drugs that first time, I never sold drugs again ever in my life.
Okay, the question was about the harm that you're benefiting by exploiting other people who are suffering. Do you have any remorse for that?
Yeah, of course I do. I seen people change. I seen people
You know,
become.
Mr. Polanco, I don't know, of course you do, if you don't tell me.
Yeah, I seen people change of it. I seen people from being successful, started using drugs and fall off and lose everything. And that's I feel really remorseful over that. I feel bad for them for that.
So I'm going to encourage you to look for ways that you can get back to your community because you've caused harm. And you can't fix what you did to the individual people you sold drugs to, but you can do good in your community in other ways. Supporting programs, volunteering your time, giving to food banks. There's lots of ways to give back. And I hope you can find a commitment in yourself to making amends to your community.
Well, I will definitely do programs, and I will definitely find ways to get back to the community and those people in need.
All right, well, I hope you're being sincere. My last comment is that you were sentenced to the state's deadly weapon offender registry. Do you know anything about that?
I know a little bit. I know that I got to sign up as a gun offender. I know that much.
Okay, so you have a 5-year obligation. You'll be on the registry for 5 years. And you have to stay in communication with state police. They'll check up on you. They'll visit. You need to answer their questions.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. If you fail to uphold that obligation, you can come back to prison for 5 years. They can impose a $5,000 fine on you. So you need to take it seriously. We have a gun violence epidemic in our community, in our state. And this is one of the mechanisms that's trying to address that. And now you have 5 years on the registry.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
I have no problem reviewing information from the prior hearing and answering questions.
Yeah, I don't have any questions for Mr. Polanco either. So we're back to panel member Turner.
All right. So as we've already stated, this is a rehear for Mr. Polanco. He was successful in complying with what the prior panel recommended, which was to improve his behavior there in the facility. He's had no issues since the last hearing, and he completed the Voices program. He was able to explain some of what he got out of that program. He has a sponsor and potential job opportunities. And I take great comfort in the fact that he would have about a year of discretionary parole supervision as he transitions before he begins 3 years of probation and while he starts on the deadly weapon offender registry because of his the serious nature of his crimes and the behaviors that he was engaging in and the fact that he's returning to so much of that same environment without seeming to appreciate that that there's some vulnerabilities in doing that. So my vote is yes.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Smith Palmieri?
Yeah,
I also agree and share the same concerns, and I believe parole and a deadly weapon offender registry personnel can provide some structured supervision. So I would agree that I would grant him discretionary parole today. I had some names of co-defendants from one of his earlier cases that it is still listed here on this. They appear to be family members, so I sit to hear what you guys think about that.
I have them listed, the three with the same last name as without PO's permission.
Okay, I'm fine with that. One of those people appear to be his father, probably. If I'm fine to put that without PO's permission. Are there any other stipulations that you like?
I didn't have any.
I don't have either. Okay. So, so that's it. So this would be a general no contact without PO's permission for those.
The three with the same last name.
Yes. Okay. All right. Anything else?
Nothing else.
Okay. So in the matter of Jose Polanco-Capellan, inmate number 401678, I make a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after today's date, January 9th, 2025. The following conditions, in addition to standard parole conditions: general no contact without your parole officer's permission with your co-defendants Ruby Polanco, Venancia Polanco, and Jose Polanco. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Did you say Eric Mack?
He's deceased. Okay, the motion passes.
This will be carried. Number 067.
Okay, sir, you've been granted parole.
Hey, thank you so much. Have a good day.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you.
Let's see.
Morning. My name is Parole Officer Martinez. Today is Thursday, January 9th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for information and preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Robert Sazowskis.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Nancy Turner.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Jevon Langley. MA number is 421799.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Jevon Langley, inmate number 421799. He is serving sentence of 6 years, with condition suspended after 2 years, and 6 months with 3 years probation for criminal possession of a firearm. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of October 20th, 2024. There is no victim input in this case. The offender accountability plan. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. Mr. Langley has participated in GED program and is attending voices. Providing the statewide collaborative offender evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the SRT falls within the high range risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Bless you.
Mr. Langley, this is your opportunity to address to the board why you should be granted parole.
Okay, thank you. I have a letter. Hi, good afternoon. I'm Mr. Langley. I thank you guys for having me here today. I understand that standing before the parole board is a privilege. So yes, I appreciate you guys for letting me have this opportunity. As I sit back and reflect on my actions that I've made, I am truly in disgrace. Not only am I in disgrace, but my family, close peers, and people that I'm involved with in my community are too. At a young age, I started to make decisions that weren't too smart or great. For most of my teenage years, I blamed the fact that I never had my father in my life to show me guidance, and me losing close friends would be the reason why I would make those bad decisions. But in all reality, that was just an excuse. The 26-year-old man who stands before the board today, I just want to take full accountability for my choices, decisions, and actions. I was totally wrong, and I'll own up to that. I stand here today not only to take accountability, but to let the board know that I'm tired of living in this insanity and that I want change. I want to be a better person for myself, community, and the ones around me. I know I have the full potential to do that. I just have to keep pressing on and keep using and practicing the tools and jewels that's been given to me. At the beginning of me being incarcerated, I was mad and filled with a lot of anger until I sat on my bunk and had to face my own reality. I had to remind myself that I'm the one who put myself in this position. No one else did. So deal with it, figure it out, and overcome it. The 3 best things that I could ever do while being incarcerated was building a better relationship with God, enrolling into school to get my GED, and getting into the Voices program. Going down to Christian Protestant services and listening to certain podcasts like the Joel Osteen Ministries Daily Podcast and Pastor Dave's Daily Hope Podcast really helped me get through tough times in the past 17 months. With the lessons taught, I learned things like how to overcome my fear. I learned that fear is the opposite of faith. Having patience when you're in certain situations, self-guidance, and forgiving others. The Voices program was really beneficial towards me. It gave me the chance to become a credible messenger, someone who can share personal experience and openly give the person next to me some great advice or opinions. And it was vice versa. There were plenty of times I took great information from the other guys in the group. We went over topics such as sexual abuse, child neglect, mental health, drug and alcohol, and dealing with trauma. Voices told me that taking responsibility for my feelings and actions are what grown men do. Making the smartest decisions for yourself when dealing with relationship problems are what grown men do. The boys to men topic was my favorite subject. Boys play games, but men face responsibilities. Boys live in the moment, but men plans for the future. Boys look for the fast and easy route, but men travel the narrow and righteous path. I could admit that I was that boy before. I'm just glad I practiced on weighing my choices out. I thank Ms. Collins for letting me participate in Voices. It was very much needed. With the valuable information I gave, I thank my peers for respectfully hearing me out in those sessions. If I was released today, I would seek for employment and career development. I'll fill out at least 4 to 5 job applications a day. head down to CT Works and talk to someone there that can point me to the right direction to find work. I can use my personal resources too. Give a call to my counselors, outreach workers, and role models that I've known since a teenager and still is in contact with. While seeking employment, I will head down to my local educational center and keep the process going for me getting my high school diploma. In the midst of me doing those things, I would love to give back to my community in any way I can. For sure to give back to my church, to the less fortunate, and the upcoming generation. I understand that there are no victimless crimes, so I want to apologize to my family and my community. Once again, I want to thank the board for letting me have this opportunity to speak this afternoon. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Langley. You did a good job on your opening statement. How long did it take you to write that?
It took me a few days. I had to really overthink it, reflect.
Yeah, did a good job. All right, so what's going to happen next is we're going to take turns asking questions. And then when we're done with our questions, we're going to deliberate about your case, and then we'll give you an answer today, okay?
Okay, sir.
All right, we're going to start with my colleague, panel member Smith Palmieri.
Thank you. So, Mr. Langley, you were on probation when you got arrested on this new charge of having ammunition. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you been on probation?
I was on probation from January, I believe, 2022.
Right. So you're on probation, which should be a deterrent from engaging in this kind of behavior again, right? Because you have a prior firearm conviction.
Yes.
So why would you do that? Tell me what your motivation was.
Can you ask that question, like say that again?
Yes, I can. No problem. So what was your motivation for having ammunition in your car?
Well, I had the ammunition in my house, and it just came upon me that there was no need for me to have that in my house. I have younger siblings, I have 3 little sisters, and there's no need for me to have that. So I was really going to just throw it away.
Okay.
It was when.
So let me ask you, why was it in your house? Why did you have it?
Well, before, a few years back, I owned a gun before, but the gun I ended up getting rid of the gun.
Well,
So
is that when you got arrested for the gun charge?
no.
You got rid of the gun? So you had one after that?
Yes.
Okay. And you got rid of the gun, and then you still had ammunition in the house?
Yes, it was in a tool bag.
So why didn't you just either tell your probation officer or turn it into the police department?
Well, I didn't know at that time, I didn't know that I could go down there myself and go turn that in to the police department.
So the alternative is that you were driving around with it in your car?
No, that specific day, I was cleaning out my room, and I ran into the tool bag, and I just felt as though there was no need for me to have it. So I wanted to get rid of it, and the best decision I could do and make was throw it away with the tool bag.
And where were you going to throw it away?
And a dumpster somewhere where I know nobody could get to it. Nobody would never think of like a tool bag having that in it, and like when the dumpster truck come get it, it'll be disposed or wherever at a dump.
And prior to that, you had gotten rid of a firearm that you had?
Yes, same situation.
You dumped it in a dumpster someplace?
Yes, it was in a tool bag too. There was no need for me to have that either.
So you're 26 years old and you said that you recognize that you've been at this for a long time now. How many times have you been incarcerated?
Well, being incarcerated, well, when you ask that, you like,
How many sentences have you served in jail?
two.
Two. Okay. And the time that you were incarcerated, did you do programs? What did you do while you were incarcerated then?
I came in June 2019 for a violation of probation, and I left February 2020. I wasn't, on my OEP, I didn't have nothing but work on a 7-day job. So I worked and I went to school. I wasn't in the program. But this time, I was able to get into a program, even though it was late in my sentence. And well, it was late in me, with me being incarcerated. I still was able to get in the voices and complete it. I sat in New Haven County for 13 months.
Okay.
There was no access to nothing but
Not even a job?
Oh yes, I had a job. I had a job and I was just attending religious services. That was about it.
All right. So right now you're working on your GED. How far
Yes.
along are you?
Right now, I was going to take the social studies test. I took the post test, and my teacher, Mr. Samperi, he graded me a B+, and he think that I would be ready to take the test. So, but he told me whether, because he knows how long I've been down and incarcerated for. So he said whether I do it here or if I do it in the world, he know I'm ready for it.
Okay. So is that the only test that he feels you're prepared for?
Yes.
Okay. While you were on probation, were you trying to go back to school at all? Doing any programs while you were on probation?
Yes, I completed programs. I didn't enroll back into school.
You did not?
No, man.
Okay. Why not?
It was more of I felt discouraged and felt like I wasn't going to be able to complete it at the time. There was a lot going on.
Haven's got a great adult education program, so does Hamden. You don't know unless, I said New Haven and Hamden have a really good adult education program.
Yeah.
You know,
I wasn't living in Hamden at the time. I was living in New Haven, but it was never an issue with like the place. It was just more of me, and I was fearing that I wasn't going to pass. So I never really enrolled back into school. It was on my mind, definitely been on my mind, but I just never did it.
Okay. So you've been on parole or probation at least 6 times, some kind of community release, but you've only finished one of them successfully. Why do you think you have so much trouble on probation, parole?
Well, it was things like I was catching dirty urines that would violate. I'll get stopped by the police. It would be police contact. Little petty situations that would have me violate, and then the rest that was in 2021. That's when I had to go back to court and they reinstated my probation. I had 33 months, I believe that was. So I had to go to programs and start all over because of my drug use. MCAA program.
Okay. And you were not working while you were in the community. You were doing under the table construction work here and there.
Yes, I was working with a family member, Shona Vincent. Renovating houses and condos.
And what's this about Project More? Were you doing something with Project More?
No, I never got a chance to actually go to Project More. I was referred to. I was referred to Project More, and I was referred to AIC. I went to AIC and MCA, and I completed both.
So you have 3 disciplinary tickets in the very short time that you've been incarcerated. 2 of them are for fighting.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, why are you unable to control your anger, your emotions?
At the time for my first ticket, I was only a month in jail, and I was still dealing with my feelings and my emotions about my arrest. And I fell into the jail politics, and I admit that me falling into the jail politics, that's what caused and ended up a fight.
What about the second one that was just 3 months ago?
Yes, the second one, I could have walked away, but it was more of the person was like, I'm not explaining. It was more on the situation, like it wasn't nothing I could avoid. So I felt the best way to get out of there was to fight.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
you have to know we are very disappointed to hear that.
Yes.
Especially when you talk about learning to be a man versus boy thinking, and you talk about, the progress that you feel you've made. We don't want to disappoint you. We don't want to negate the growth that you feel that you've made. But when you can't walk away for not a very good reason at the age of 26, we think that you should have a little bit more control over your impulses.
Yes.
Your release plan says that you want to live with your mother.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And go ahead.
I was gonna say, until I get on the right, get everything on track, my life back on track.
You thought about employment?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you think about it?
Employment, as soon as I go home, that's gonna be the first thing that I do. Try to go for a job. Fill out as much applications that I can. Even go back to my old job in a Stajio's trucking company. I got a very good bond with the boss there, Kevin in the Stajio. I know he will hire me with no problems. And me calling around, like I said in my letter, to certain outreach workers and people that I'm in contact with, like William Outlaw, Douglas Batia, Malcolm Welfare. These are guys that will really help me.
Right. And let me ask you, the parole officer asked you if you would benefit from any programs in the community, and you said that any program. What do you think you need in order to be successful in the community, to be productive? How can parole or probation help you with that?
Well, parole and probation can help me. Because the program, a program that's willing to help me find work and give me different strategies on how to stay sane and keep my composure, different group sessions like AIC, things like that. That will really help me. It was always a help to me, even when I was on probation back 2018 and stuff like that.
Okay, that sounds good. All right, Mr. Langley, thank you. I don't have any additional questions.
Thank you. Mr. Langley, I was just quickly reading through the police report. It says when they stopped you, they had saw you because in a couple of weeks prior to that, they had also tried to stop you and you fled. They didn't catch you that day. And then they tried to stop you again and you took off. You were throwing things out of the window. They had to go back the next day to find the stuff. Do you remember all that?
Yes.
I mean, it's poor decision making. Someone your age, I mean, engaged in this kind. This is like teenage behavior. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So my concern is that then you go into incarceration and then you have these fights, and you explain both of them. They're different scenarios, but at some point you're going to have to, you know what I mean, find a way to walk away. I don't know if you need anger management or what it is that you need, like, to develop the skills to be able to avoid making these bad choices. You know what I mean? Do you know what kind of programs? I mean, what is it when you got into that last fight? Did you know your parole hearing was coming up?
No, I didn't. I was unsentenced, so I didn't know.
Okay, I see. So, I mean, that's just, it affects everything. It affects the programs you can get in a facility. It affects, as you know, your halfway house eligibility through DOC. It just, all those disciplinary reports affect everything. It's something that we look at. It looks like you've been recently approved for a halfway house through DOC, right?
Yes, sir.
Have they said anything to you more about that?
No, I just got the papers that I was approved.
You haven't heard of a date? They didn't say where you might go. There's no information.
I put for Waterbury and New Haven.
Okay.
Paroles. That's about it.
Okay. You talked about having goals to get your driver's license. Have you ever had a driver's license before?
No, I didn't. I was when I got arrested on August 5th, I was scheduled to go for my driver's license test on August 25th, I believe. I have my learner's permit.
Okay. But you've been driving around, I mean, because they've seen you before without a driver's license. So that's gonna be like a long-term goal, because you're probably gonna have to situate what happened in the past. You might have suspended license now at this point. You know what I mean? Before you can even get a permit.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, how do you feel like you've changed since you've been incarcerated?
I've changed. It's just the way of me thinking. Even though the last situation, the recent, I was devastated and disappointed about the last Class A ticket that it was really uncalled for. After the first fight in September 2023, and I went 9-10 months without no tickets, no problems. I'm working, and I was really getting my mind together. But that situation, like I said, it was something that I couldn't really walk away from, and it just had to happen, I guess.
Okay, sir, those are all the questions I have. I'm going to pass on to my colleague, panel member Turner.
So, Mr. Langley, when you went back into the community after the 30 days for the prior gun conviction in 2017, you went on the state's deadly weapon offender registry?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so were you still on the registry when you got this new conviction?
Yes, ma'am.
New incident? Okay. So you were on the registry and willing to possess firearm and ammunition. Even though as a convicted felon, you were prohibited from that, and that's what got you on the registry, you still acquired another firearm and bullets. Why?
Well, at the time when I did have the weapon, it was more of my environment and who I was around and me dealing with trauma. I was more scared that, like, me losing a few friends, it really, like, I was
what
more
kind
like,
of things were you doing out in the community that you thought you might get shot?
I wasn't doing too much. It was just where I was living and where I used to stay at. Me walking to the stores and stuff like that. It was an area where violence is real high at. And I was just scared.
Well, you have 3 convictions in 2021 for possession of a controlled substance, and you told the parole officer you were using marijuana and Percocet daily. So you had to have been interacting with people who were selling in order for you to get the drugs that you were using, right? So you were putting yourself in those situations and choosing to have a firearm. Where did you, when you came back out and you got another gun while you were on the registry, where did you practice shooting, loading,
I was never,
unloading a gun?
I never was able to shoot a gun. It was
Okay,
just,
so somehow you thought you were going to keep yourself safe with a gun you didn't know how to use.
yes, ma'am.
Do you understand how insane that sounds?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so what we're doing today, Mr. Langley, is making a decision about whether it's appropriate for you to finish the 30 months you have to serve, which ends in December, out in the community, and we have to make that decision in light of the interests of public safety. So you're not only endangering the public by carrying around a firearm that you don't know how to use, but even worse, you are repeatedly fleeing from law enforcement and causing them to engage in a pursuit to try to stop you, which endangers everybody in their cars and anybody on the sidewalks or at the bus stop or anything like that, because, you know, you're not an experienced driver, you don't have a valid license, and, you know, road hazard conditions, anything can happen, and yet you're willing to put everybody else's safety in jeopardy so that you can avoid the consequences for your actions. Would that sum it up about right?
Somewhat. The first time I fled, it was because of on my charges, it has misuse of plates. That plate that I had in my car wasn't belong to me. It was belonging to my girlfriend. So
Okay,
I knew.
I'm not looking for excuses, sir. The reality is that you were making the choice to drive unsafely at high speed to avoid the consequences of law enforcement speaking with you.
Yes, ma'am.
And by doing that, you put the community at high risk.
I did,
And you
ma'am.
didn't do it just once, you did it 3 times. And then you would make the decision to avoid consequences by throwing loaded magazines out of your car window. That's the picture that I have.
Okay. Yes,
And
ma'am.
then you come in the facility and you're not abiding by the rules, just like you weren't abiding by the rules of society. You know, it's really time to grow up, sir. I will not be voting for you for discretionary parole today. I think you have some more work to do. You need to finish this sentence. And I think you need to go and talk to the counselor there and get yourself in anger management. You need some tools to deal with your emotions so that you can regulate them in a way that allows you to make better decisions. Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, sir, we're done with all of the questions now. And we're going to deliberate. I'm just going to ask you to be quiet during this time. You can listen. And then we'll give you our decision at the end.
Okay, sorry.
Okay. Member Smith-Palmieri.
So, Mr. Langley is 26 years old, still making very poor decisions. He's on probation when he committed this new offense, which involved ammunition and a high-speed chase. Does have a significant criminal history for somebody his age, and he scores high for recidivate. To his credit, he's working on his GED, which we want to continue to encourage. He was able to articulate very nicely what he learned from voices. He's been thinking about what he needs to do as a grown-up person, as an adult, through the Man vs. Boy thinking program. He's on the wait list for new thoughts, and as was mentioned earlier, he would probably benefit from anger management. You know, the disciplinary reports are concerning, specifically because they're for fighting, and one was just a few months ago. I do think that, you know, his release plan is reasonable. He wants to go back and live with his mother. He doesn't have a real plan for employment. I think it's important that he's willing and open to programs in the community. However, at this point, I do not have Mr. Langley voted to parole, primarily for a lot of the reasons that he's on probation. He's got these new disciplinary reports for having poor conduct and fighting while he's at the facility. And I do think it's 11 months in his end of sentence, roughly. I think that time can be used to continue to work on his GED, hopefully get in the New Thoughts program, which he's on the wait list for, and maybe asked to be put in anger management. I think all those would give him the best opportunity. That's a community. Mr. Langley, I'm saying it again, he's only 26 years old. He has full life out of him. And if he uses the next period of time wisely to situate himself for better opportunities in the community, I think that's the best we can do for him today.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I agree with everything that you said. I'd like to just add in addition that, he has been halfway house approved. So if he can keep himself disciplinary, report free and participate in these programs, there still may be some chance that he can be released prior to December through a halfway house. So that's going to be up to him. I would encourage him, like both of you said, to try to find a way to talk to his counselor about anger management. And I would tell them that, he's been in these fights and he wants to find a way to better himself, like he's been saying to us. Because these fights that took place in the facility, when they happen outside, are going to be new arrests is what's going to happen. So he needs to situate that prior to being released, in my mind. He has not met my adequate level of offender change. Panel Member Turner?
I agree. I've already rendered my decision. He is not at this time suitable.
Okay, so the decisions I have for institutional adjustment, the current offense committed while on probation, inadequate evidence of offender change, and I don't know if you want me to add history or even need.
I'm not sure that's necessary, but I would add inadequate institutional program participation as well. I know he's done some programs, but he still has programs on his wait that he's on the wait list for, and we've made other suggestions. So I think those are really in his best interest for success going forward.
Okay, so I have 4. Panel Member Turner, do you have anything to add?
No.
Okay. So in the matter of Jevon Langley, inmate number 421799, I make a motion to deny discretionary parole based on the following reasons: poor institutional adjustment, current offense was committed while he was on probation, inadequate evidence of offender change, and inadequate institutional program participation. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Okay, Mr. Langley, did you hear all of that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we couldn't get to a place today where we would be able to grant you parole. There are still some options, though. I encourage you to continue with your GED, try to get some additional programs, and most importantly, don't get any more DRs, because when they're going to look at you for a halfway house through DOC, if you get more DRs, that window's going to be closed. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
And it'll prevent you from taking programs. If you can come out with your GED, you're almost ready to test for it, you'll have that much more opportunity for jobs. All right, and do those other programs. It'll keep you out of trouble, and it'll put you in a better thinking place when you come out.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Okay, you're welcome.
You're welcome. Stay positive, okay?
Appreciate it.
Yep.
This is for Jevon Langley, inmate number 421799.
Okay, we did that one.
Is that ready? Oh, it's Monahan? Okay.
Good afternoon, my name is Martinelli. Today is Thursday, January 9th, 2025. Fellow board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutory required documents and available for information of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Robert Sazowskis.
Deborah Smith O'Meara.
Nancy Turner.
Nice to meet you.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Richard Monahan, 426-508.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Richard Langley, inmate number 426-508, his sentence of 30 months jail for violation of probation or underlying offense, criminal trespass second and criminal trespass first. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of April 8th, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. Mr. Monahan is currently participating in the mental program and domestic violence program with an approximate completion date of January 15, 2025. Utilizing the statewide Planning Offender Risk Evaluation System, the offender's level score and SRT falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You get.
What was that? I'm sorry, just the end, I didn't hear. Why, you said?
Yes, this is your opportunity to address the panel as to why you should be granted parole.
Right. Hard for me, I'm nervous, but, yeah, I'd just like to say that, I'm embarrassed and ashamed for my actions and behavior. I'm sorry for what I've done. My family has been really hurt by this. They didn't raise me to act this way, and they've been hurt by this more than anybody else. I've had a lot of time to think about it while I was in jail here, not only just, the time I've had to think about what I've done, but my stepmother, she, just underwent some surgery and had a scare. She almost died. And, then my father, just a couple months later, he had open heart surgery. So it's really made me aware of what's important to me and what I want out of my life. And, I just want to do good and move forward with my life from here and have this time with my family and be with them and spend time with them before it's too late.
Okay, Mr. Monahan. So what's going to happen today is that we're going to take turns asking questions. And then when we're all done asking the questions, we're going to deliberate. And then after that, we'll give you our answer. And I'm going to start with asking the questions today, okay?
Yep.
So, so you were on probation when all of this took place. And it looks like you're actually still on probation now, right?
Yes. I was on probation when they violated me, right? That's what you're saying?
Exactly. Yeah. And it sounds like that you weren't reporting and you properly, you were having trouble attending treatment and programs and things like that. What was going on at that time? You couldn't cooperate with probation.
I mean, there is really no excuse for my actions, but I mean, I had just started going to work and they what happened when I finally started going. When I went to, what was it? I'm sorry, I get nervous, so.
That's okay, yeah, take your time, go ahead.
What happened? All right, so they told me that I needed to start going to groups and such thing like that. And, I missed my first group because they only gave me 2 days before, and my boss, she wouldn't let me leave from work. I mean, even though I know now I should have, that's more important than anything else.
Yeah, your sobriety should be number one. You're not going to do anything else without that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, correct.
So you were having trouble getting time off from work to go to the groups.
Yeah.
Were you using drugs during this time?
I did. Well, before my drug of choice, I was a heroin addict actually for like 10 years. And then I did go to rehab and I got off that like a year before. And then, yeah, when I got out, I did have a relapse, but not with heroin, with cocaine.
Okay. So, talking about your drug addiction, you have a DOC drug score of a 5, which is the highest. Do you know that?
No, I don't know what that means.
Yeah, so they give everyone a number from 1 to 5. We don't often see 5s. You're a 5, so you have the highest drug score that's available to a person. So, for someone with a 5, you really need to have a plan on how you're going to remain sober in the community, because that's a signal to us that this is a major problem and everything that's going on with you, right? That drugs is a big part of what's happening and why you keep ending up with these problems.
Yeah, correct.
So how are you going to stay sober? How are you going to stay sober when you get out?
I have the support of my dad. I do go to I am on methadone now. When I did go back out in the world, I wasn't using the heroin. I relapsed on the cocaine, which is obviously, what's that?
It doesn't really matter. Yeah,
it's the same, right? Exactly. But I just gotta go to work. My father introduced me to this guy who actually went through pretty much a similar thing. He did a lot of time, and he's a recovering addict, and we started talking a little bit. So I'm probably gonna hook up with him when I get out, and definitely go to some groups.
Yeah, I definitely would. That's the kind of support you need, right? From someone that understands, like a sponsor. Is that what you're talking about? Maybe doing with this person?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Are you going to any group meetings through the MAT program that you're in now? Do you have to meet?
Yeah.
You do? How often is that?
It's only once a month that they do the groups.
What about AA or NA or CCAR? Are you doing anything else while you're incarcerated?
No, I got a letter in my pocket that I just wrote to go to J dorm actually for my remainder of time here, because I heard they have some groups, like daily groups actually for addicts. So I just wrote addictive services to get into there until I leave.
Okay, well, that's a good idea. That's a step in the right direction. I think you need to recognize how big of a problem this is and make sure you do something. So, yeah, you need to advocate for yourself, like you're saying. Write the letters, tell your counselor you need to be in drug treatment program. I'm glad to see that you're in the MAT program, but once a month is not, for a score of a 5, once a month is not going to be enough. You know what I mean? For you, you're going to need a little bit more. You took did you take the domestic violence program?
Yeah, our last class is next Wednesday.
Okay. So what are you learning?
That was an 8 weeks class.
What are you learning from that?
I've actually learned a lot about domestic violence that I didn't know earlier. Just like just certain things that domestic violence I didn't even know. Like just random things, telling your girlfriend about what she wears or going out with their friends and stuff like that I didn't even realize was domestic violence that I had done currently in the past. You know what I mean? So they taught me a lot, and they showed us a lot of videos, what to do, what not to do, and just exactly what I don't want to be. They've showed us examples.
Yeah, so you're talking like controlling behavior, right? Trying to control what they wear or where they go with their friends and that kind of thing. That kind of domestic violence. More so as physical.
Yeah,
more so
I've never been like a violent person, but I have had an issue with that kind of stuff in the past.
Yeah, there are more than one type, right? Of ways that you can control people and make them feel uncomfortable and everything. So I'm glad you took something away from that program. That's good. So before you're incarcerated, it sounds like you were working under the table doing landscaping.
No, it was actually on the books. My brother just told me I got a W-2 back in the mail, but it was shortly because I had just gotten out of jail and then rehab, and then so it was only 4 to 6 weeks. But it was on the books, so.
Okay, it was on the books. Okay. So do you have experience doing that line of work? Is that something that you want to do in the future?
Yeah, that's something I'd love to do,
And you know how to do that kind of work? Have you Have you talked to anyone about work when you are released, where you might be able to go to work to do something like that?
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to work with my old boss.
Have you talked to him on the phone, or you have?
Yeah, her. Yeah, I've been in contact with her, yeah. I mean, we get along really well. She can't wait to have me back, so.
Okay. Did she ever write a letter? Have you gotten anything from her that says, that I'll hire you? That would be helpful,
I could, she definitely would.
Okay, so that might be something you could work on in the future. Just keep that in mind. It helps to show that, you have something lined up and you have a plan, So where will you live when you're released? What's your plan for housing?
I'm not going back to where I was because it was a bad area for me. So I relocated to Sunnington with my father, which is much better.
Okay. Well, it's centrally located in the state, so that's good. It's near the highway,
Yeah.
You talked to your father about this? How does he feel about all this?
Yeah, no, he wants me there. I mean, he needs my help too. Like, he told the people, I guess, he told me, like, Pro called them and he had a conversation with them, I guess. Yeah, I helped them out a lot around the house, especially because they both just got out of surgery and they're getting older. They can't do a lot, so I'm going to be helping them out.
Okay. All right. Well, that's good. So, my main concern, sir, is just you have addiction services on your OAP, and I know you're completing domestic violence now. Have they talked to you about going into an addiction services program, maybe tier 4 or tier 2, anything like that?
They haven't actually talked to me about it, no.
No? I really think that would be helpful for you in your situation. And I think you recognize that too by the fact that you're writing, letters and saying that you would like more programming in that area to actually move to a different place where they have, NA, AA meetings, CCAR. You need to have a very solid relapse prevention plan, and be ready for the stressors that are going to happen when you come home, so we don't end up back in this situation, So I'm going to pass the questioning along to my colleagues and see if they have any questions. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Panel member Turner.
So, Mr. Monahan, what's the status of your relationship with Ms. Davy?
She wasn't really a girlfriend. She was a friend.
What is
we
the
hung out a
current
lot.
status?
Oh, we don't talk anymore.
Okay. So, we had the police report from September of 2023. That was the incident at the Shell gas station.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. Because there were witnesses, they were the ones that called the police because they were concerned. They saw a physical altercation occurring inside the parked car. And the victim said the argument escalated because she refused to go where you said that the two of you should go, and that you grabbed and repeatedly shoved her and assaulted her. So you're sitting here telling us you're not a violent guy and it wasn't physical. So do you know what it means to minimize?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you're downplaying your responsibility in this situation and frankly being dishonest with us about it. So that's concerning to me because, this should be an exercise in honesty, all cards on the table, what's really going on with you. So you were only out on probation 3 months when you stopped reporting. Why?
I was just not doing my responsibilities, I guess.
Doing what you wanted to do and not what you were supposed to do?
Yeah.
So, honestly, with the nature of the crimes that you've committed and, your not being successful on probation in the past with a drug score, as my colleague pointed out, of 5. I know you were using crack daily, and you had this heroin problem in your past. You know, I'm concerned for you that you would go back out without participating in treatment. And in fact, you know, when you were asked by my colleague about how you would prevent relapsing, you didn't have a plan. You know, working and staying home with your family is not addressing your problem, which is an addiction to substances. Do you believe you're an addict?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. All right. Well, then it's time to dig in and do some programs. So I wish you much success. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Panel Member Smith Palmieri.
Mr. Monahan, have you ever done a MAT program before?
Yeah, yes.
Have you had success with that in the community previously?
Yes, when I was out, I was having success with the MAP program.
For how long?
I've been on it for about a year now. I mean, the methadone is for the opiate addiction. I mean, I was clean from the opiates. It was, then I went to cocaine, and I used that a couple times.
So you were on the MAT program and using cocaine?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you. I have no other questions.
Okay, thank you. Alrighty, sir, we're done with our questions now. So we're gonna start our deliberations. During this time, you have to be quiet, not speak. You can listen. And then when we're done, we'll give you our answer.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. So, Mr. Monahan is, here on a 30-month flat sentence. His parole eligibility is in April. Looks like he's still on probation until March of 2026, as best I can see. And he has a drug addiction score of a 5. I mean, and it seems to be the basis of a lot of the problems that he's having. And he has not completed addiction services program yet. He is in a domestic violence program. It's going to finish soon. And he's in the MAT program, so those things are good. He has not received any disciplinary reports, and he rates out as moderate. However, I could not support discretionary parole today without him considering his addiction, having completed an addiction services program. So I'm open to listening. He does have some time left here to listening to my colleagues if you're interested in a read here. But for me today, without addiction services, it would be denied. Start.
So I agree. It would be, I think, setting him up to fail if he went out without treatment, especially because he really has the beginning concept of recovery. He's met somebody who's been, you know, where he is now and is considering being in touch with him. So that's a first step. But he really needs to create a network for himself. And if he gets into J-Dorm, he might have the opportunity to experience that and then want that for himself. The earliest I would be willing to rehear him would be November.
Member Smith Palmieri.
I agree with everything that has already been said, that he definitely, with a drug score of 5, on the MAT program in the community, and just substituting one drug.
Well, and he was in a program on probation using fentanyl, testing positive for him.
Exactly. So you're not asking for help. I was looking at 8 months from now. You're thinking, Ms. Turner?
November, which would give him about 6 months of parole supervision.
Okay. I mean, the only reason I'm thinking August, because I was thinking a little bit longer if he did well in the community under supervision, but I don't think 6 months is unreasonable. I think he can still manage himself support to go forward at the 6 months. I would be I have in favor of a rehear,
Mhm.
and I'm okay. I'm in agreement with November.
I'm in agreement with that also. Can we look at the reasons for denial, current offense committed on probation, inadequate program participation?
Yeah.
Inadequate release plan?
I think the first two.
2 is okay?
Mhm.
Okay. And then our recommendations are to complete an addiction services program, any other positive programs, and no disciplinary reports.
Agreed.
Anything else?
I think he needs to come with a projection in, and some sort of understanding of how to get support and what he'll do for support in the community.
Yeah, that should all be part of that. That's
Exactly.
plan. Yeah. Okay, so I think we're ready to go here. Okay, in regards to Richard Monahan, inmate number 426508, make a motion to deny discretionary parole today with a rehear date of November 2025. The reasons for denial are the incident offenses committed on probation and inadequate program participation. In addition, we recommend that he completes an addiction services program, any other positive programs, receive no disciplinary reports, come back to the next hearing in November with a relapse prevention plan. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, Mr. Monahan, did you hear all of that?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
sir. We do see some early signs of you getting to where you need to be, right? So it's not straight out to now, that we're gonna give you a second crack at this in November. From now until then, you need to advocate for yourself, get yourself in that J dorm, get into a tier program, all right, and do all those things. You'll get all this in writing later.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
This concludes the hearing.
All set.
All set, good luck.
Thank you. Wait.
Okay, yeah, I think we're ready.
Right.
Good afternoon, my name is Paul from Residence, basically with February 2025, this is the hearing to Connecticut on the part of Paroles. Following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutory required documents and available for information preparation of this hearing.
Robert Cybulski.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Nancy Turner.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Nick Laliberty, 439985.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Nicholas Laliberty, inmate number 439985. He is serving a sentence of 10 years execution suspended after 3 years with 5 years probation for illegal possession of assault weapon and illegal possession of large capacity magazine. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of May 13, 2024. There is no victim input in this case. The inmate was heard by the board on June 26, 2024, and was denied parole and will be set to January of 2025. The board recommended that the inmate complete and participate in the services program and remain DR free. Since the last hearing, he has completed tier 2 and is currently participating in smart recovery. Utilizing the statewide collaborative risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score from risk for recidivism falls within the highest. This is your opportunity to express to the board when you give parole. You may begin. This is your opportunity to address the board.
Okay, I'm sorry, you're just breaking up a little bit. Hi, I just want to say I understand what I did and the way I was living was wrong. I do take responsibility for that, and I also regret all the time I've wasted with my life between using drugs and what I put my family through, putting myself in here, and that I will never do anything to put myself or my family in this situation again.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Laliberty, for your statement. What's going to happen next is we're going to take turns asking you questions.
Okay.
And then when we're done with the questions, we'll deliberate, and then we'll give you our answer today.
Okay.
Okay, and then we're going to start with the questions today with my colleague, panel member Turner.
Afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So you told the last panel that you were using heroin daily and you had for 12 years.
Yes.
Okay. And so you were under the influence when you and your co-defendant, your stepbrother, went into the woods to try out this assault weapon.
Yes, we were under the influence at the time of the incident, yes.
Okay. So, you know, it's hugely concerning because you didn't have a permit for this, correct? And
Correct.
you thought you would have a good time with a weapon that you weren't trained to use, and you were, you know, not in your right state of mind doing it.
That's correct.
And I listened to your last hearing. Obviously, one of the bullets went through the neighbor's home. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon and you were just hoping they wouldn't notice. So is there anything that you would say now that you've completed the Voices program, since you didn't at your last hearing, by way of an apology for what you were doing out there?
Yes, I did apologize to the family of the house that the bullet did hit. You know, and I like I said, I understand what I did was wrong. I obviously, yes, I was under the influence, but it was.
Okay.
It was.
I'm going to stop you because the question was about an apology. So you're saying
Okay.
you apologized to the family, but
I did, yes.
what kind of harm do you think? What do you think your actions, the impact that it would have had on them?
I understand it would have made them feel unsafe, and I do feel bad about that. I would like to speak to them again and, you know, more apologize and.
I'm not really sure they'd want to hear it. I think, you know, you could work on, you know, giving back to your community as a way to make up for that.
Yes.
I wouldn't be surprised if they chose to move. You know, just that feeling of not being safe being that profound. You know, to have a bullet come through your home, I wouldn't want to live there. with that in the back of my mind, day in and day out. You know, so then that comes with financial expenses because, you know, moving, you know, results in costs and utility hookups and all that kind of stuff. So it's just important that you appreciate the full impact of the choice. It wasn't just a bad day in the woods with a gun, right? You know, other people were really, really quite harmed by it. So tell me what you took away from tier 2.
Well, I took away that it's more than just myself that I'm hurting. It's also everyone around, including my friends and my family. That's really the main thing, that I didn't realize that I was hurting them even more so than myself.
Okay, is there anything that you learned from tier 2 that you're going to use when you're out in the community?
Yes, I learned some exercises to do when you have cravings. You know, they have different breathing exercises and different, you know, you could get a sponsor and those type of things. But the main thing is, I feel like, is to stay busy. As long as I stay busy with working and have hobbies, you know, and stay away from the people that, you know, find hobbies that are fun, sober hobbies to do instead of, you know, people who like to use drugs and drink.
When you were in tier 2, did you go to AA meetings?
I didn't, honestly, no. To be honest, I have some issues, and it's kind of painful to sit down in a hard chair for an hour. I really can't even lay on my back for too long on the cot. So I haven't been doing that. I did start Smart Recovery though. I've been in there for about 5 or 6 weeks now. That's been helpful.
How?
What was that?
How?
How has it been helpful? Well, I find it it's kind of what NA would be to me. You go there and you talk, and just hearing different people's stories about the same struggles that they go through. You know, it's not just me that have urges and, you know, have drug problems. You know, it's nice to talk to other people who are going through the same things.
But that's what AA and NA is all about. And you, at your last hearing, said you didn't want to be around that stuff.
Yeah, honestly, it's because, you know, there's sometimes where people glorify the whole, you know, the whole drug using, and, you know, there's a lot of people in here who don't understand what it's like to really have a problem. They think, you know, they'll just smoke weed and not understand the not being able to use certain drugs or not just use one time. So, you know, it all depends on the people, I guess. But the program I'm in now with the Smart Recovery is actually a good program.
There are going to be people like that in most programs, but you have to learn to recover around them and not let their, you know, unhealthy thoughts take away from your ability to benefit from being in a recovery community.
Yes. No, I understand that. It's just, you know, it's being in the dorm situation that I'm in. I'm hearing about people using drugs and doing this and doing that all day, and it's kind of overwhelming hearing it all the time. You know.
Do you have a job there in the facility?
I do not. No. I signed up for the outside clearance about a year ago, but I guess it's kind of hard to get into that.
Did you sign up for any other jobs?
No, I did not.
That's unfortunate. It would have been part of that keeping busy and, you know, not being around some of the talk you don't want to hear.
Yes, I do go to rec every day. I kind of use that as part of a recovery process. Helps keep me busy and.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, working out's a healthy lifestyle.
That's been helping me.
So you, at your last hearing, one of the panel members talked to you about CCAR. Did you look into that?
C card? I don't remember that being brought up, no.
It was a huge part of the hearing. They explained to you what CCAR, addiction recovery community, is all about.
I on the outside,
Yeah.
right? Yes, okay, yeah. I'm sorry, I forgot the terminology. I thought you were talking about one of the programs in here.
Have
Oh,
you
yes,
looked into it?
No, I thought that was something I would do when I get out, when I get out in the world. I didn't know that was something I could look into in here.
Do you have tablets there?
Yes, we have tablets.
Okay, well, that would have been a great way to use your time on the tablet, is looking up CCAR as it was recommended to you last June.
Okay,
So, Mr. Laliberty, do you know why substances became a problem for you?
Yes, I realize why, yes.
Is that anything you can share with us?
Well, my brother, when I was younger, he died on a motorcycle, and I kind of took responsibility for it. I mean, really it wasn't my fault, but would have never had one if it wasn't for me. And that's when my drug problem really got out of hand, yes. And that's really what started it. Yes.
So you were self-medicating
Yes.
and you were avoiding the situation.
Yes, I felt guilty that it was my fault. I should have,
So what are you doing about that now?
Well, now I realize it. I realized it wasn't my fault as much as I thought it was. Sorry, it's hard to talk about.
I can appreciate that, sir. But, digging into the feelings, as uncomfortable as they can be, is going to be part of your healing that's going to keep you from relapsing, right?
Yes, yeah.
Because all these years, 12 of self-medicating, got you where you are now.
Yes,
Yeah. Do you think you're going to be able to forgive yourself?
I have, yes. I've come to realize it really wasn't my fault how I thought it was, and
is your mom still with you? Have you been able to talk through it with her?
Yes. I still talk to her every day.
But have you talked to her about this guilt that you've been carrying for over a decade? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Does she blame you?
No.
Okay. So that big ass boulder on your back needs to come off.
Yes. Yeah. It has. It's still hard to talk about.
Well, I'm sorry for your loss, and for the way you thought about the situation that resulted in the guilt and then the escaping into drugs.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that.
I hope you want better for yourself, sir.
I do.
All right. So in the past, so you've been sentenced to probation, and what we're talking about is, the possibility of discretionary parole for you. That would be about less than 10 months because your end of sentence is October.
Okay.
So were you to be granted, I would encourage you to think of your parole officer as somebody there to help you be successful. They have
Okay.
access to programs and services, whether it's recovery, or mental health, or employment, that you could benefit from, but you're only going to have, 10 months to take advantage of it. But
Yes.
understand and think of it as a gift. This is another person in your support network. They're not just there to hold you accountable. They want you to be successful. If you talk to them and tell them how you're doing, and if you're worried, if you're feeling stressed, share it. They might have ideas of ways you can manage and programs that could benefit you so that you don't make poor choices that have consequences that then have to be imposed. So, I commend you for doing what the prior panel has asked of you. And I sincerely wish you much success going forward, keeping your priority on your recovery. And, you can do AA, you can do CCAR, you can, build a network for yourself out there in the community. And, they have step meetings, they have speaker meetings, they have all male meetings. So there are different ways to engage around the 12 steps of recovery. And, they also have networks for meetups and outings and athletic events and, softball and things like that, will help you build that community where you're not just sitting on a metal folding chair for an hour listening to other people talk.
Yeah, okay.
All right. Keep yourself open to recovery in all its different forms. All right. Don't throw up any roadblocks because that's just you trying to distance yourself from the work you need to be doing.
I understand.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Panel member Smith Palmieri.
I just want to follow up. So, Laliberty, do you have any leads for employment? I mean, you have no employment history.
Yes, that's one of the things I would first do when I get out is find employment, yes.
Have you given any thought to what type of employment you would look for?
Honestly, whatever comes first is what I will do. One of my buddies works at EB, Electric Boat, and he said with my record he'd be able to get me in there, so I'm really hoping for that. But obviously that's not a for sure thing, but I will take anything I have to do for now until I could get a career instead of just, a part-time job.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Sir, I just have a couple questions. Your stepbrother, right? It's Christopher March, the one that actually fired around?
Yes.
You still have contact with him?
No.
No?
No, I stopped talking to him after this whole thing happened. We haven't talked since.
And do you know if he's in recovery or what's happening with him?
He's actually in trouble right now himself. He continued to use after this whole situation, and he's in the process of going to court right now for some other charges.
So what you're saying is, despite being related, I know through marriage or whatever, right? But you're not, your plan is to have no contact with him.
Yes, that's my plan.
Okay. And now you want to live with your sister as a sponsor, right?
Well, something I talked about to Shamroy recently was that you could self-sponsor. So that's what I was hoping to do. If not, then yes, with my sister or my dad.
Okay. And now has your sister struggled with substance abuse?
She has in the past, yes. Yes, she has.
And you've talked to her and your father about your aims to recovery. You want to be in recovery, and they know that you're not going to be. Okay. Now, we talked a lot about the drugs. I just wanted one last question about alcohol. But were you drinking during all this? Was that an issue for you too?
I was drinking before I started using the pills and heroin. And I did a little bit in between, but not so much. You know, it was mostly high school, right out of high school drinking.
Just trying to understand the entire picture of what's going on.
Yeah.
Okay. I think we're all done with the questions, sir. So what's gonna happen now is that we're gonna deliberate. I'm just gonna ask you to be quiet and let us deliberate. When we're done, we'll give you our decision.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. I'll never turn.
So Mr. Laliberty, as I said, complied with the prior panel's recommendations. He's able to explain how he benefited from the programs. And he has no prior criminal history, has had no disciplinary issues during this first period of incarceration. He goes out to 5 years of probation in the state's deadly weapon offender registry. And, you know, being new to recovery after such a long period of use and such a heavy substance, I would feel most comfortable with Mr. Laliberty having, even though it's brief, a period on discretionary parole to help him stabilize, find his feet, his recovery network, and employment.
Okay. Thank you.
I would agree with Ms. Turner that a term of parole supervision would be beneficial. Has no criminal history. He has done the right program panel asked. And he does have support and feasibility. He has it all.
Thank you. So I am also in favor. Let's look at the conditions. I have the co-defendant Christopher Marsh on here. You know, I was asking those questions because it says family member, but it sounds like that relationship is not going to move forward. So you just leave it as a co-defendant. I don't know. And then what do you guys think about anything else up here?
I did have no alcohol.
I do too. Anything else? Okay. Okay, so in regards to Nicholas Laliberty, inmate number 439985, I make a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after today's date, January 9th, 2025. The following conditions that are in addition to the standard parole conditions: no alcohol consumption, no contact with his co-defendant Christopher Marsh. I have a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The motion passed. Okay, Mr. Laliberty, did you hear all that?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, good job. You got to keep going. Okay, stay positive. Stay on this road to recovery.
Okay. Quick. Oh, I'm sorry. What was that?
Go ahead.
I just had a quick question. What happens from here?
So someone in parole will get a hold of you and explain it all. You get all this in writing.
Okay. Okay.
And then you'll hear from someone shortly.
Okay.
That's all we have. Good luck, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Yes.
Parole Officer Martinez, today's Thursday, January 9th, 2025. This is the case review hearing. This says special parole stipulations for Bryan Sheriff, inmate number 428544. Board members, please state your names for the record.
Robert Sazowskis.
Deborah Smith Palmieri. Nancy Turner. Mr. Sheriff, serving 2 years of special parole for carrying a pistol without a permit. At this time, the panel will now deliberate and set special parole stipulations.
Okay, in regards to Mr. Sharif, I reviewed the documents and my recommendations would be halfway house placement is needed, mental health evaluation, treatment as needed, no operation of motor vehicle without PO's permission. Anger management class, no contact with co-defendant, Dante Gordon. Do you have anything else?
I have nothing else.
You did say no alcohol?
Yes.
I don't think I did. I don't think I did. Did we want no alcohol?
Yes.
Right, so I gotta go alcohol to. Okay, so I'll make the motion now. In regards to Bryan Sharif, inmate number 428-544. Make the following motion in regards to setting his stipulations for special parole. In addition to his standard special parole conditions, stipulate no alcohol consumption, halfway house placement if needed, mental health evaluation and treatment as needed, no operation of a motor vehicle without the PO's permission, community-based treatment for anger management, no contact with his co-defendant, Dante Gordon. I have a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. This concludes the case review for Bryan Sheriff, inmate number 428-544. This concludes the Willard Cybulski docket for Thursday, January 9th, 2025 at 1:45 p.m.